That's not good. Did that play twice for you guys, or am I just playing it?
Nope, it played once for us.
That's not good. Okay.
Oh,
the echoes are building.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, shit. Hold on. Let me leave. Sorry.
Get out of here. Sort yourself out. Jeez. Causing problems. Hello.
Welcome back to the Open Shift Anime Podcast. I'm your host, Rishi753. Joining me tonight is Footnum.
And Greenline.
Every time I'm out, they pull me back in.
And also, friendly neighborhood Santa.
And also Vacuum Cleaner Coon.
Vacuum Cleaner Chan.
How long will Vacuum Cleaner Chan? It sounds like some woodwork is getting done back there. Jesus Christ.
Oh, I can only imagine Vacuum Cleaner Chan would be great at a certain job.
I think that's why he said Chan instead of Coon.
Yeah. She's good at sucking.
Yeah, she is. Phenomenal at sucking.
Okay. So,
speaking of being good at
you start to
sucking,
hear your own voice.
Anime Collector.
When you start to hear your own voice, hold on, let me switch to the correct microphone. Oh, it is. Nice. Based. All right. When you start to hear your own voice and you panic, and then it triples and quadruples up, and you're like, what tab is it coming from out of my 1,016 tabs? Don't panic. It's coming from your Safari window that you're not looking at. Whoops. All right. Welcome back to the OCA podcast. Off to a fucking fantastic start. Never better. Maybe we should only cover, I don't know, 44 tabs tonight as a way to catch up. Oh, what a great idea. Except for maybe I should share screen the right way instead of sharing it like I've got audio coming your way. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. All right. Off to a disastrous start. Can't even see how many minutes in we are. God, we should start over. Just
10 out of 10. Let's do it again.
Can we get a little bit more vacuuming? All right. Jumping right.
We are 3 minutes in as of right now.
Oof, yeah. All I see is, warning, we're 6 days away from losing access to your Facebook. All right. Here we go. If you guys like to support the OCA podcast, you can go to patreon.com/OCA podcast. And that is how we know how much you love us, because you don't super chat, but you do stick a nice hand in our backsides, up the back door, and deposit coins that way, where we aren't always looking. Thank you so much for that. Also, you can go to patreon.com/anime collector. If you do that,
don't worry, you're never gonna get billed.
I had an existential crisis last night. I cried myself to sleep thinking, what am I doing with my life? I haven't produced any content in fucking forever. I wish in my heart of hearts that I had $10,000 per video so that I could put the goddamn fucking bookcases back up.
Yeah, and
only you can make that happen.
Definitely, because it is only me. Dang Patreon.
Fuck.
Yeah,
I wish I had richer friends.
The day I'm gonna be surprised. I can tell you this because my card keeps getting renewed, and I have to be like, oh, I missed my Patreon for the OCA podcast, but I don't have to worry about the anime collector like ever.
Listen here, because Greenline is a good example of how to give us money, which is hundreds of super chats and monthly donations via Patreon. If only he also would buy some merch.
I'm working on it, okay? I'm
unfortunately,
if only you sold merch worth buying.
Right, yeah.
Right.
Unfortunately, the Stealth Weeb website is broken, so you can't actually buy anything right now. So that's
I am but one man with no super chats to show for it. All right, here we go.
Only you can help us maintain this website.
So, yeah. This failing website. So if you go to ocpodcast.com/support, there's a lot of different ways to donate to us. You can donate directly in a way that will reduce the minimalist of fees so that we can get the most of the big money load you want to launch.
We get the most bang out of
your Also, that looks real bad. In my defense, Patreon has changed how they collect your payments. So monthly donations do not come in at the first of the month anymore. They now come in whenever you donate it. So I have to update it at the end of the month instead of the beginning of the month. So I apologize.
I thought you could set that up to have it be different, like have it be either.
No, I think it's at the will of the person donating, not the person receiving the donation. So,
which sucks because if you have like a monthly refresh of something, you can't do it on a specific day.
It horrendous. I demand differently. All right, so here we got Tengatron. Okay, yeah, so you guys can also shop at Tenga. Buy your definitely for real girlfriend something nice, like the Tenga Puffy.
Make it small enough that it could like fit in your girlfriend, so then you have like 2 layers.
Lipstick thing, yeah, get that. All right. Stick the Tenga in your girlfriend and then fuck her.
That's a true safe sex.
Safe sex. All right, off to a great start. Here we go. All right, let's jump right in. Good thing we only have 44 things to cover tonight, and we've already gotten through like 4 of them. Nice. Off to 1/11th of the way there. Okay.
Amazing.
So Visa exec. That doesn't sound right. 1/11th.
What?
That doesn't make sense.
He's stuck in a brain destruction mode.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, we are 1/11th of the way there because we did 4.
4 is 1/11th.
This is great.
44.
Fucking wonderful. Let's just.
We're not quite 10% yet.
All right, I'm gonna just kick myself from the stream again. Sorry.
Okay.
How's the chat doing?
Okay, now that I am completely back to normal, let us act like the show hasn't been a train wreck so far. Cool. I don't really care about the
Just power through like every other one.
lot to cover. Tonight, we're going to talk about this. Visa exec confirms payment processing services are being halted for Japanese retailers selling adult content. Quote, it is necessary to disallow it to protect the brand. I 100% agree. We should not allow a grown-ass adult, the only people on the planet allowed to have credit cards, the ability to buy things for adults. That is the most reasonable way to protect the brand.
Freaking terrible, man.
Adults can't buy content made for adults. Totally agree. Makes perfect sense. Treat them like children for sure.
Just like freaking Crunchyroll.
Yeah. So, in providing direct confirmation of the company's turn towards the absurdly puritanical, Visa exec Seitan Kitne. I don't. Seitan? Chiton? Keaton. We're gonna call him.
Hello, Satan.
That says.
Hail,
What?
Satan.
What's up, Randy?
I said that says kidney.
Kidney. Yes. What was I saying?
I don't know. Sight.
The first name.
Yeah.
The first name here.
Yeah.
Cietan.
Yeah. You. Anyway, we just call him kidney.
I
Shitten.
can't read.
I got it. Visa exec shitting kidneys has admitted that not only is the payment processor now choosing to deny their services to websites and businesses who host adult content, but that they are doing so in order to, quote, protect the brand.
Well, I think we're about to get struck by Visa.
Also need to see a dick erect. Chop, chop. All right. As readers may recall, recent months have seen an increasing number of Japanese retailers, particularly those offering whose offerings include adult-oriented manga, anime, and doujinshi, announcing that various payment processors had dropped them as clients due to their offerings of said content. Hey, I throwing this out there. Did anybody notice Bitcoin breached 100,000? I'm just saying, seems like maybe we don't need Visa. Also, just checking where it's at right now.
Still holding on to that?
Still what? On the Bitcoin?
It's a really good time to check that right after the disastrous launch.
Dropped. It's only $99,380 per. It's useless. Fuck. Should have listened to Randy. All right. So anyway, they're announcing various payment processors dropped them as clients due to their offerings of said content, thus removing their respective ability to accept digital payments for their items. Such effective entities include the popular doujinshi retailer Melon Books and iconic Tokyo-based book retailer Tora Noana. Sounds like a Disney story about Toradora meets Moana. Both of whom
jokes are bad today.
Reach! Please just kick me from the call again. I'll get it right eventually. Both of whom have lost the right to process payments from such credit companies as Visa and MasterCard, as well as the out-of-print manga archive Manga Library Z, whose loss of these services actually led to the entire site shuttering its doors, at least for the time being. Oh, the most revealing outfits to date. Even Demon Overlord.
Demon Overlord.
Even Demon
cock.
Ass. It's got to be ass. There's only 3. It's gotta be ass. Even Demon Lord ass. Nice. Solved it.
Nice.
All right. Unsurprisingly, this movie has proven unpopular with manga readers across the globe, many of whom have taken to social media to voice their frustrations against this pseudo-censorship. And more than just fans, notable Japanese creators, including Love Hina Manga and Manga Library Z founder Ken Nakamatsu, and Nier franchise creator Yoko Taro, have also spoken out against this growing corporate-level prudishness, as they believe this trend presents a significant threat to the idea of freedom of expression. Unfortunately for those concerned, it seems Visa is not only unapologetic about their decision to stop working with adult content, but also intends to keep on keeping on with their current strategy. Per local technology news outlet ImpressWatch, during a Q&A session held at the tail end of a recent press conference conducted by Visa's Japanese branch concerning their future plans, the aforementioned Kitney, who currently serves as the head of product for the company's Asia Pacific operations, was asked if he could provide any insight into the decision to stop providing payment services to sites that sold adult works.
And yeah, when they do it for America, it's fine.
Sorry,
it's like,
need, a little bit more of that. All right, cool. Good. Thanks. Nice. In turn, the Visa exec explained that while the company normally helps to facilitate transactions for any and all legal goods, they choose to break away from sites stocking adult manga and books because, quote, sometimes it is necessary to disallow it to protect the brand. Fuck.
And yeah, when you buy normal porn, you can totally use Visa, and they're fine with it.
Well, I mean, they did try and go after Tumblr, Pornhub, although that might have been MasterCard, not Visa.
Regardless.
Yeah.
Did somebody say Bitcoin? I think I heard somebody. Is that echo still going on from the beginning? I think Bitcoin might be a good way to solve this problem. The reality is that this is a complex decision involving both global and local policies, he added. Quote, and it is also important to maintain integrity. Wow.
Maintain
Fuck, man,
integrity.
both
by
integrities? God.
That's some pretty serious stuff right there.
Shit. Like, well, when you put it that way, like, and we will continue to do so to maintain integrity and integrity. I'm dying to know what the original quote was. Per Impress Watch's own recap of the press conference, the tone and inflection of with which Kitney made his statement indicated, quote, that the series of decisions is not a temporary one. Well, fuck, man. Can you imagine? Further, Kitney did not provide any specific details as to which specific global and local policies were being used as the basis for Visa's anti-adult content stance. Oh, there it goes. Wow, that's it. Fuck. Unbelievable. So glad we covered this. See, for those of you who have just tuned in and didn't realize this is not a normal show, I worked all weekend. I got home at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon and said, oh, 1,200 tabs are open. Can we make this work tonight? I've read 0 of these articles ahead of time, and we're all going to pay for it together. How's that? Who has- Cool, I've got pickups. Look, I got Parasite. How's that? Feel good about that? Nice.
You in full screen.
That cover is kind of not as good
Kinda
as the
ass.
standard.
Yeah, not as good as the original box sets. Totally agree. But look what's on the back.
That could have
That
been
guy.
better.
That's cool.
That would
right?
have been even better
Alright.
on the front.
Didn't you already have it?
I do already have it.
But
Oh,
it
Believe or
saves
not,
in
yes,
how
I
many
do.
spaces? 9?
None, because it's going to go in addition to what I currently have.
Ah,
Who else has got pickups? Cool, that's great. I'm glad that we did this.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have pickups on camera.
Well, I wouldn't expect them to not be in the porn brand thing anyway.
oh,
his
whatever,
reputation precedes him.
Goonline 743 never disappoints.
AC's
True.
salty today.
Man, that's great cover art. You know, having the identical
Yeah.
art for both.
I know,
comics.
right?
Man. Yeah.
You must not have noticed the
Phenomenal.
part where it says Volume 1 and Volume 2.
I said
That's-
art, not.
Yeah.
Almost identical, but
Well, I thought, I was like,
Spot the
okay,
different
Reese,
stamp
why are
over
you
here."
showing that you have 2 copies? Are you an
Yeah.
idiot?
No.
Yeah. Yes,
I'm
he
big-
is, but
I
that's
am
separate.
big brain Reese this time.
That's besides the point.
I'm big brain Reese this time.
the only thing that I like about Sean Connery Bond, because quite frankly, I just don't think he's the best Bond, is the one movie where he's like flirting with that girl in the beginning of the movie at the pool, and she says something that like tips him off, like, or confirms his suspicion that she's like
Suspicions.
working with the enemy, and so he grabs, I shit you not, her bikini top, rips it off of her boobs, exposing those bad boys, and then starts to strangle her with it. Right? Yes.
Who's the best Bond in your opinion?
When people say that Sean Connery is the best Bond, they're thinking of that moment 100% of the time. My favorite James Bond is It's Coming to Me. Not Lazenby.
More?
Yes, Roger Moore. Thank you.
Oh,
Fuck.
really? I
Yeah.
hate more.
I love Roger Moore.
That's not the guy that was Bond for like one movie, was it?
No, that's
Yeah, that's Timothy Dalton, who is the
No,
who's
no.
the
Timothy
second
Dalton did 2. George Lazenby did 1.
best. Oh, Timothy Dalton's the second best Bond. Timothy Dalton's the one who wasn't an actor and just kicked the door into the producer, right?
Yeah, he
he
was
just said-
Gritty Bond before Gritty Bond was cool.
Yeah, so exactly. Basically, Timothy Dalton conned his way into becoming James Bond. And as they figured out he wasn't actually an actor, they said, seems pretty Bond,
That's-
actually.
I was
Like,
gonna say that seems like what Bond would do, right?
That's exactly what they said. They're like, you know what? Fuck it.
Well, as someone who's personally watched 0 James Bond, my favorite James Bond is Christopher Lee. You know, the original Bond.
Definitely, yeah.
The guy.
Peter Sellers fan.
Let me. Here's a question we could ask: who's the worst Bond?
Probably Peter. No, just- let's see.
Whatever girl took over for Bond in that latest movie for like 10 minutes.
Oh.
Oh yeah, because he dies, right?
No.
Fake
He
dies.
was retired, and they basically gave the number to somebody else.
Okay.
But I don't know as far as like the film franchise.
That
if
was,
they're gonna
and
keep-
then at the end of the movie, yeah, like Craig's Bond dies. Spoilers.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Spoilers, Reese. God damn it! I
Yeah.
did the curveball by saying he fake dies, and you ruined it. I saved it, and you ruined it.
I didn't
God
hear the
damn
fake
it,
part.
Reese.
I'm sorry.
Is my mic on? Hello, hello. Is this thing on?
Anyway,
Where am I?
in not cinema travesty news, Anime Fan 007 picked up the Lord of the Rings extended editions.
That's why I said, speaking of Christopher Lee.
007.
Congratulations. Thank you. I
The
missed that
remastered set.
handoff. I apologize. That would have been perfect. Also, Seb picked up a UK sale of Turn a Gundam.
I'm so mad that went out of stock immediately because that came back in stock. Obviously, it was like, oh, we have some hang around. Seb got one. I'm like, oh, I could get a legit one now. No, it went out of stock way too quickly.
Damn.
The next one is
R.I.P.
Harmony.
Oh.
It's Harmony?
Not-
Okay, I was going to say. And then
Not to be
Blue-
confused. Hold on. Not to be confused with the Project Ito Harmony. This is a different Harmony.
Why are there two things called
Wow.
Harmony?
Well, this one's
One's
spelled
with an I.
Oh, this one has an
IE.
That's
And
like
then
Parasite and
HRMONY.
Parasite,
Fuck.
just to confuse things.
I agree. That Korean movie has no business existing. All right. Also, Blue Thermal, Summer Ghost, Digimon Adventure, Last Evolution of Kizuna. Right?
Yeah.
ReZero Season 2?
Season 1, I think.
Season 1. Wow.
That's the art they used for Funimation used for it anyway.
I should have known when none of the characters from Season 2 were on it. All right. Food Wars 1.
Limited edition.
Yeah.
Moto Futa Dance. What?
Hana, but it's
Hula.
like
Hula Fula Dance. Learn how to
Ah.
read, retard.
All right, goodbye, Don Glee. Psychopaths,
Sinners of the
System, and Inuo, and Ascendants of the Bookworm, of a Bookworm. Oh,
seasons 1
believe this
and
is
2 collection.
Season 1 and 2 collection. Yeah.
all right. And
So even in
I
the
just
UK,
picked
it's
up
AIDS.
ripped off hangnail. How about that?
Amazing.
Wait, why is it AIDS? Because it doesn't have the 3rd season or whatever?
All right, speeding right through this. Excel World, Heroic Legend of Arslan. That's the remake from 2014.
Yeah, this is season 2.
Asura Crying, Emma Victorian Romance, the
Both seasons.
Kickstarter. No, because it's the
No,
UK
no.
release.
Oh,
You
See
get
the age rating.
All right, yeah, enjoy. Also, season 2, Gundam Seed Destiny. Canon, Lupin the Third, Part 6, Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.11. Welcome to the ballroom. Wow, when am I going to get one of those?
also known as the Footnum anime.
Yeah,
I feel
That-
attacked personally.
that is the face I fully expect from Deku dancing with girl from One Piece while being Footnum. There you go. That's what I'm looking at here. All right, science fell in love, so I tried to prove it. Massive DC haul from Enriv. Hold on, I'm sorry. Danny says he's going to get Ava 2 soon. Unaffordable in the US. Also, Chainsaw Man. Nice. I also need to do all those things. Enriv, you picked up Batman, the complete animated series, Batman Beyond, the complete series, Superman, Brainiac Attacks, Superman, the complete animated series, Justice League Unlimited, and Batman, the complete series. Not to be confused
I would've said
with
he got-
the animated series.
The Batman.
The
I'm
Batman
sorry,
season.
forgive me. I'm just gonna go kill myself now. Hey, look, future boy Conan in prison school.
Prison school.
All
And
right,
then
psychopath.
I verified with
Psychopath.
him that it was AIDS-y spine, but
That-
it's a thick boy.
It's a
Yeah,
thick
these are
boy
only
with AIDS
three-
anime.
Yeah.
Anime Limited, is that what that company's
all the
called?
anime logo.
all the anime.
All the anime. That's what it is. Yeah.
Well, I don't understand why it's a thick boy. It's only 3 1-hour episodes.
Damn.
It's not like it's a full season. It's like not even
And
a
it's
half
also
season.
slightly off center.
Yeah.
Is that because the back card? I don't remember.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, I believe it's the back card.
Okay, makes sense.
But
now.
it also seems a little bit off center here because I think they prioritize the centering of the text more than the subtext.
Well, it was 13 whatever currency, so
Nice. Okay. All right. Well, Reese, would you do me the honors of typing in?
I can't read.
Fine, I'll do it.
Mm.
I thought you were just lecturing him that he couldn't read.
I'm doing
There you
it.
go. All right, I did it. Too late. All right. Now, experts speculate. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I need to go through some chats? Let's go through some chats. Sorry, I've only been doing this for 200 and some odd episodes. You'd think I'd be good at this by now. Luigi says Japan is cash based. Oh, fuck. He's right. They're not Bitcoin based. God damn it. All those plans out the window. To have money and pay rights. Oh, okay. Good on Japan. Reject Visa and MasterCard. From now on, we only work in sexual favors. Vending machines should never be subjected by Visa and MasterCard censorship either. Just lie about what you're selling.
I mean, I bought something recently for using a MasterCard that you can't buy in Japan. I'll be in pickups next week.
Did you buy the
No.
Jenga advent calendar?
No.
The pants shown
I
in the
said you
image can
can't
be
buy
brief
it in
pants too,
Japan.
like a wrestler's pants, if you say so. Oh, you mean that image? Randy, you're looking swole.
Oh!
Yeah.
You got a license for payments? Wow. Bill Watterson does not have Visa to protect his Calvin and Hobbes. You are really hung up on that. Visa are bigots towards women who love men in the pants shown in the video image. It is a video image.
Why does
hello.
pants always come back up?
I don't know, man. I've had a long week. I'm going to have a much longer week because I'm going right back to work tomorrow. Yet Visa allowed people to spend money of OnlyFans. Checkmate, Visa. Remember when 4Kids bent to the BSNP? I don't. Look what happened. They went bankrupt. Fuck, man. If only somebody had warned them. Rachel Lillis is in heaven while Adam Blaustein is in hell.
How'd you find that out? Did you like?
You got a
visit
direct line to
recently?
St. Peter, huh? Like
No, direct line to Satan.
censorship,
Yeah,
just like
direct line.
manslaughter. Wow. All right. I don't regret this at all. Bud Light probably allowed men dressed as boys too. Of course they did. You know what? I don't think you should be able to buy beer with a credit card. That hurts the brand. Can't buy adult stuff.
Mhm.
I don't think it's safe.
Should be able
It's
to buy
not
gas.
morally
You know how many
ethical.
vehicular manslaughters there are every year? Jeez.
Mm. Why isn't Visa banning OnlyFans, Twitch Thoughts, and Pornhub also? If they are trying to protect the brand, that would be an obvious target, wouldn't it? See, the thing is that those things allow gayness, and therefore it'd be
The-
problematic.
We didn't really cover it. It doesn't really matter. But the reason that they were targeting porn sites in Japan was because, I
The porn is too
based-
good.
based on the previous claims, it was that like they got sued because some 13-year-old had a porn video put up on some website, and the judge let that suit go forward as them on the hook for being liable to this person.
So therefore, by censoring it, if it's accidentally a minor, that makes it okay somehow, I guess.
What
They're
if?
not
Well-
liable.
Hear me out. Kids aren't allowed on the internet. I
Holy-
love this
oh, man.
solution.
AC
the-
2028.
The argument was that the website, I think it was Pornhub, was allowing the post to remain up because they knew they were making money off of it, even though they had asked and told them, even though the person in the video
Are you
had asked
talking
and
about
told them
the
to take it
like?
down.
Are you talking about the kid who was featured in a porn, and the video went up, and the kid was complaining because somebody posted actual child porn of them that was identifiable, and the site was keeping it up?
That was what was described, yes. But I think you're talking about the different one because you're talking about the one where the kid was a guy, right?
I have no
It-
idea.
Okay. Well,
I-
there was a
believe
case
it or
with a
not,
guy.
I didn't want to watch the Destiny leaks.
There was a case where a guy had like some porn put up, and he was underage. But I think the case that I heard about with Visa was about a girl. I don't know. I don't look into this that much.
Who even
but
knows these days?
my point is that potentially that they're doing this because they are possibly liable in this case that is yet to be concluded.
Mm-hmm.
And so because Japan has websites that have lolly in theory, that could be argued that's child porn in theory, and then they could be held liable for that possibly. Although the CEO or whatever guy did say literally just like brand reputation, so
Mm-hmm.
who the fuck knows. But I heard an argument that someone was making about the fact that they might be held liable, blah 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 blah. So that's also a possible reason.
Once again, I advocate for Bitcoin. Bitcoin, Japan. BIT coin. Like,
No, there's only one coin in Bitcoin.
all right. Also, cigarettes, alcohol, junk food. Also, if they want to be moral authoritarians, yeah. Your move, Visa. They can't though because they are only targeting Japanese media. What? The Japanese love cigarette,
racist?
alcohol, and junk food.
And that shit's censored. Like they're targeting the less egregious stuff.
Ugh. Here I am drinking my mosaic beer.
I do like AC's theory though that Japanese porn is just so good that they have to balance it out by degrading it with censorship.
That's true. All right. Luigi says, I am never interested in the sailor Senshi in long pants and jackets. Who fucking would be?
Oh
Luigi,
my
eh?
god.
That is ignoring how perverts can grab onto the said long clothes. Damn, they definitely could. Endymion, being brought up for some reason, would have been that victim. All right. For that, I'm skipping the rest of your comments. I don't know where. Yeah! Right. All right. All right. So you can't ask women out because that's harassment, and you can't buy 2D because that's brand unfriendly. Yeah. Don't you understand? The future is female, the cool 2T. You aren't even supposed to exist. It is by the divine mercy of the current matriarchy that you can even be here. Yes, definitely. Buy your Tenga now. Go to ocapodcast.com/support and click that link and buy yourself a Tenga while you still can before it costs you a whole Bitcoin. Please go buy that Tenga. All right. The normal content is accused of trafficking, and 2D is brand unfriendly, passing laws without passing laws. Isn't that how it goes? Old man says, what about the girl in the bathtub who asks him for something to wear? So he hands her a pair of high heels. I didn't follow any of that, but I'll approve.
I think he's talking about a James Bond reference.
Oh. Yeah.
She's naked in the bathtub.
Makes
and
sense.
Bond hand her a pair of hand heels, like strut your stuff.
Is that bikini scene brand friendly? It is not. Javier Bardem was the best villain. Was he Jaws? Was he?
No.
was
Javier
gonna say.
Bardem was in Skyfall.
Okay, I haven't seen Skyfall. Oh, nice. Austin Powers will be best Bond when they gender swap Bond. Yep. We had a sense of humor back then. We knew the difference between fiction and reality. So yes, might be an OVA series. Now I'm lost. You can sell manga via OnlyFans in theory.
Is that what we've been doing wrong this whole time?
Okay, Melon Books. I do have an article that we're not going to cover tonight about how OnlyFans is now available in China. So,
What?
all right.
Is that for their Chinese mixtapes exclusively?
Lord knows, but presumably China did ban dildos of non-Chinese size. So,
Whoa.
who knows? The great dildo nerf of 2024.
The Diltonian.
All right.
So what do they do with the existing ones that people already bought? Do they just try to
They
crack?
cut them in
Give
half.
us your
It's like a sawed-off shotgun of dicks. Right? All right. Experts speculate by making the dick shorter, it becomes more powerful, just like the Chinese. Right? All right. Experts speculate that Sony may need to buy all of Kadokawa, not just their anime, video game, and manga operations, and they might not be able to afford it. Fuck.
Good.
Yes, Sony, you can't afford Anime News Network. Like, what's left? What else does Kadokawa sell? Underwear? Like, let's find out. Bitch. All right. Experts weigh in on Sony's attempts to acquire Kadokawa Corporation and, in turn, Elden Ring developer From Software and numerous anime and manga studios. However, they warn Sony may be forced to buy the entirety of the company instead of just smaller elements and for a cost they can't afford, although their business rivals know they need it. Oh, fuck them. As previously reported, reports claimed that Sony was interested in acquiring Japanese media conglomerate Kadokawa Corporation. The company later confirmed the letter of interest had been sent by Sony. The acquisition would give Sony control of many gaming, anime, and manga IPs via their respective studios. This includes Elden Ring, From Software, Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, Spike Chunsoft, and more. Further, Sony owns Funimation and Crunchyroll, which would give them control over an anime from its inception all the way through to Western localization, along with a larger cut of profits. However, it may not be smooth sailing, as Bloomberg's Takashi Mochizuki reports both Sony and Kadokawa may want very different things from the sale. Kadokawa reportedly wants everything to be sold, or not at all. Fair. Meanwhile, Sony only wants to acquire specific assets from gaming, anime, and manga. The latter's value has slightly dipped due to recent scandals, rising again thanks to news of the acquisition, while Sony wants to have more IP to support its various entertainment ventures. Excuse me. Mochizuki reports that if successful, Sony would make billions of dollars in revenue for years to come. Even so, the initial cost to acquire all of Kadokawa may be too much. Toyo Keizai, a news outlet focusing on Japanese politics, economics, and business, reports that Macquarie Capital Securities estimated the bid would be 640 billion Japanese yen, or 4.3 billion US dollars. In their midterm management plan for fiscal year 2026, Sony reportedly had an investment limit of 1.8 trillion Japanese yen. Sounds like you can easily fucking afford it. But Sony are also acquiring the rights to Pink Floyd and Queen for tens of hundreds of billions of yen. Tens to hundreds of billions of yen. Okay. I'm trying to think. First of all, what would Sony do with Pink Floyd and Queen?
They'd turn it into Pink
Fuck
George
all.
Floyd.
Pink George Floyd. Oh no. All right. And drag queen. Yes. Variety reports the Queen acquisition alone cost 1 billion Japanese yen, almost 23% of the hypothetical Kadokawa bid. So that's funny. Like, I'm trying to think. Like, I wonder if I could earn the money with the help of fans just to keep it away from Sony by buying it first. Toyo Keizai notes that in addition to acquiring gaming studios, Sony, quote, does not have a large amount of money in its pocket. They further highlight Sony has also been named as a buyer in a number of acquisition deals this year alone, but has abandoned them mainly because of price. Despite that, wow, fuck, man. It's not like they didn't get bit in the ass when they bought Funimation and Crunchyroll at all. Or Right Stuff. Remember all those things you keep buying and then folding into Crunchyroll? Despite this,
just gonna fold Kadokawa into Crunchyroll.
Seriously. The new Elden Ring from Crunchyroll Games. Right? Despite this, they highlight the fact Sony could increase their 15% shares of Kadokawa to 50% rather than total ownership from the start. This isn't including the various pitfalls that come from acquisitions. These range from rival buyers charging in and causing a bidding war. Yes. $1 billion. Just come in and start bidding something you could never win just so that Sony can't have it. Some other schmuck will get it in the end, but not Sony. Out of Sony's reach and onto initial lowball offers meant to start negotiations being taken as an insult. Nice. Studios also might not get along with the new bosses, among other concerns beyond a layman's scope. Oh, shit, man. Oh, yeah, let's not forget the part where Sony are surely fiending to acquire, Kadokawa following numerous high-profile bombs such as Concord and layoffs. That layoff bomb? No, okay. Ampere Analysis Research Director Piers Harding Rolls explained to IGN how the acquisition would be a natural fit. He explained that in 2022, Sony acquired 14% of From Software, following up on its long-time collaboration with the company. At the time, Sony mentioned a broader interest in cross-media. What the fuck am I looking at? Okay. Cross-media development of anime and games IP to support its other media businesses. So in that sense, any deal for the parent company Kadokawa, which also operates extensively in manga and anime, is a natural extension of this earlier deal. These other areas align nicely with Sony's anime businesses. Okay, great. Good for them. This is a dreadful article. We're batting 0. The market conditions for acquisitions have changed dramatically over the last 2 years, but Sony will always be looking for opportunities that can fuel its growth and to bolster its IP portfolio and that represent value. Said a whole lot of nothing. There may also be a defensive element to this move. From Software is an important partner for Sony's games business, and it will not want a competitor taking control of Kadokawa and potentially disrupting that relationship. It helps that Kadokawa is also active in areas which are a strong fit for Sony's wider business. Does it? All right, so Sony is vulnerable. Good. Strike while the beast is down. They are reaching the ideal lifeline, one that could be out of their reach or drift out of reach thanks to waves made by the business rivals. Nice. I look forward to the death of Sony. Let's bring it on. If we lose Queen and Pink Floyd, so be it.
It's a sacrifice we are willing to make.
Stupid idiots don't realize I already have CDs. All right.
They repossess our
I shared
Queens
the
and
link with
Floyds.
you in the special place if you didn't see it. Nice. I can download Dino Crisis on the PlayStation Download Store for not doing that. Don't need that. All right, coming back here. Where were we? No, it was a girl. Must have been in reference to the underage thing. Roses are red, penises are blue. I got sick at work tonight. Bro, if your penis is blue, take the rubber band off, my friend. Like, listen, man. I know most of our end of the night tales of warning are of people inserting things into their dicks, but believe it or not, you could do just as much harm with whatever's causing your dick to be blue.
Dude, it's clearly because it's Destroy Dick December, okay? Like, give him a break.
All right.
Also, I thought
The
it was
beatings,
Blue Balls. Damn,
the beatings
like,
will continue until Santa comes. My nose has got more drip than The Rock's WWE outfits. Wow.
dude, wait. Destroy Dick December is, in truth, it's to prepare for Santa. That's not a glass of milk.
Oh God.
Oh God.
Oh no.
Can we could I please, if time travel exists,
You just gave every single one of us a goal.
no. If time travel exists,
that's your
I would like to
interpretation by all
request
means. But
somebody go back about 50 minutes and stop this podcast from ever starting, please.
it's too late. There's no
the
going
good man
back.
said,
I
rip.
really don't want to Photoshop a Santa drinking milk with a bukkake on. Come on,
Put
man.
Santa in front of those black guys on the couch or whatever.
Oh God.
They could literally make new IP with all that money, right? Unfortunately, they won't. They tried. Cool 2T, don't you remember Concord? Oh.
Yeah,
They're
if they want to get
desperate.
like 1% better than Concord, they have to put at least 7 trillion into it.
Randy, your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to AI music us a song by Pink George Floyd.
What?
It's called I Can't Breathe.
I think I'm gonna pass on that one.
All right. Off topic, but we already had lost 16 employees at work. Wow. In the course of almost a full year. Understaffed retail work success. Oh, wow.
Damn, I
And
didn't
you
know
got
the
sick.
mortality rate was
And you
that
got
high,
sick,
but-
and your dick's about to fall off. Damn. Get some disability. Skipping that. Imagine all the talent leaving after Sony's acquisition. If there's talent still there. Oh, you mean after they acquire Kadokawa? Yes, 100%. Sony's going to come in and be like, all right, now that we've got From Software and Spike Chunsoft, we're going to merge it together to
And it's all
release
just like
Concord.
Like FromSoft?
I heard that too.
Good news for AC. You can actually. I'm not going to do that. I don't buy digital games. Let the machine alone to starve. Then you can. Yes. Okay. Antitrust people, but they cannot stop nature.
Doesn't antitrust mean trust if it's the opposite?
Rosary Advisor Blueface is just lacking continuity. All right. Skipping. Yes. Cool. Cool 2T says, get on my level. He's already 3 Santa glasses full. It's only the 8th. It's Suck Dick December month. Oh no.
I mean, hold up. Wouldn't that be Suck Dick September, perhaps? Then No Nut November.
What would be
Suck
the
Semen
middle one
September.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Well, that was fast.
All right. Whew. Anytime now, time machine guy.
Then Octagon Orgy October.
Oh, just- I think we tried this once, didn't we?
Yeah,
Did
and we
we?
got to Rape Roll. Oh wait, no, that doesn't count. Yeah, remember when we did that one?
I do remember. Oh. February. Oh dear Lord. Okay.
Actually, no, that's not true. While 4Kids isn't around, they rebranded to 4K Media, trying to get rid of their previous history subtly. While
and be new and hip
maintaining.
with having 4K in the title.
I'm pretty sure I got the misconception that Yu-Gi-Oh! The movie, like years and years ago when it was coming out in theaters again, that it was a 4K remaster, but I think it was just 4K Media was the company, so I mixed it up.
They got you on that one.
Got him.
It's
Good
like the
old-
I don't know if you guys had it, but there was in Canada that McDonald's has beef made by like 100% real beef or something, and the rumor was that like that's a brand company, 100% real beef, to try and get around the fact that it's not 100% real beef.
Oh my.
Can you
That's what it say,
imagine?
made by 100% real, not
I don't
made
have
with.
to imagine,
Made
it's
with,
just
yeah.
reality. It's just straight
Alright.
facts, bro.
Okay, so if you can see the amount of tabs that are on screen right now, that's everything. So, without further ado,
Let's speedrun.
Indiegogo exposed refusing to pay out Common America creator Tim Lim on multiple crowdfunding campaigns. Now, I wouldn't normally cover this, but I just happen to know that one of our viewers, who I may or may not be following on Kickstarter, has backed every one of Common America. So you know who you are. And this is for you. All right. Indiegogo has been shown to cause problems for creators multiple times in the past. Often it's because of politics being played with funding due to a pattern of lack of disbursement of funding to... Often it's because of politics being played with funding due to a pattern of lack of disbursement of funding to Tim Lim, creator.
That sounds like a lot of BS.
That sentence made sense. Cool. Oh, what is this? Get out of here. All right. Tim Lim and Mark Pellegrini have a huge hit with Common America, with several campaigns making well over $100,000 for the manga-inspired book on Kickstarter, not Indiegogo. The team has also run campaigns reportedly on Indiegogo for more than 5 years. Not only do they have a very popular book, but Lim and Pellegrini have a reputation for delivering their products to customers like clockwork. Their books meeting delivery timing goals every single time. Holy shit, that's unbelievable.
That's
I can't believe
impressive.
it. Never seen that before. Holy cow. Maybe when I bought that Trump hentai shirt that one time. That's probably the only time it ever got here on time. And then also Animego. Anyway, a rarity for crowdfunding in comics. In many ways, they are the model creators these platforms should be encouraging. Oh.
Random 11, are those posable boobs?
I don't think so. The drawing.
If they
But-
were posable, what pose would you put them in?
Obviously, like,
Left
outward.
up,
together?
right down?
No. We got to go outward.
Outward.
Like
of course.
like a machine, like the machine gun
Then-
pose.
Around the back, huh?
Full extension, 90-degree angles outward.
You know the classic machine gun pose, like 45-degree angles outward.
Oh, gotcha.
Like this.
Like
Yeah, you know. Yeah.
The way that Chuck Norris has that in the
Yeah,
cover of
like-
what's it called?
the
Yes.
nipples are straight diagonally in opposite directions, pulled all the way as far as the flesh will.
Whoa. Hold up, Reese. I said posable boobs, not posable nipples.
I mean, sometimes you can do the scissor kick too, right? Up down, right? Sometimes.
Anytime now, time travelers. Also, what the fuck is up with this one strand of hair? All right, anyway. Both men have reputations for being conservative. Fucking goddamn it. Of course. I should have known.
That may not be the reason that they.
Which is often where places like Indiegogo and Kickstarter take exception when a creator is getting popular enough to get notice. Tim Lim posted to his Twitter account detailing the problems he's had with Indiegogo regarding payouts for the campaigns over the years, with 3 screenshots detailing the problems he's had with them. He said, quote, "After 6 years, this might be our last time using Indiegogo. They are late with our disbursement by 2 weeks. I asked for an update, stating the window they provided, and after a delay, they gave me the schedule for Butch Killigan 2. It's not even the first time this happened," whatever the fuck that means. The screenshot details how Indiegogo has delayed sending funds to the Common America creator on 3 occasions. The first gives a clue it might be politically motivated, as it cites being reviewed by Trust and Safety. The second also says the issue requires investigation from our payments team. Fucking Visa. You thought these were posable boobs and therefore lewd, and therefore you failed them on their payouts. The newest note comes from the Butch Killigan Volume 2 campaign, in which Indiegogo admits the book was triggered for disbursement on November 21st, 2024. And yet, on December 4th, they tell Lim he needed to wait 3 to 5 business days since that date, despite 3 to 5 days having already passed. Oh, shit. Whether it's politically motivated or it's Indiegogo running out of money and not being able to pay out their creators is unknown. However, there have been rumors that the company has been in financial trouble in recent years.
Yeah.
Just saying, for everything we cover regarding a Kickstarter or an Indiegogo, there are 10 million absolute dog shit things made on a daily basis that not even one donation, aside from their mother, comes in, and they don't win, but bandwidth and all that still must be paid, despite the fact that only 0.5% of anything on Indiegogo / Kickstarter is worth doing. They have had a track record of attacking people over politics. The company recently banned comic creator Cecil as he began his Cash Grab 2 campaign earlier this year, and banned Chuck Dixon's alt hero Q, refusing to pay funds after the campaign closed. The latter resulted in a lawsuit and settlement paid out to the creator. Wow. Crowdfunding platform Fund My Comic quote tweeted Lim's post, letting creators know their platform was far safer to use than their competitor. FMC, Fund My Comic, said on Twitter, "This is why we exist, hoping they will give us a chance. Feel free to ask around." Okay. Yep. Give us your money. Fund My Comic has gained traction in recent days because of Indiegogo and Kickstarter banning people over political issues. On the monetary side, Fund My Comic pays out creators through the payment system Stripe immediately, rather than collecting and holding funds for the duration of the campaign, allowing creators flexibility in being able to work on their projects with the funds while the campaign is active. Lim indicated he would not be going to Fund My Comic for the time being, though others have urged him to do so on his Twitter thread.
That
Wow.
sounds kind of weird.
Fuck,
like,
man.
they let you have the money without knowing whether the campaign will be successful. That doesn't.
That
make
is a
sense.
little bit strange. Yes. Like what happens? Like you get all the way like 1 cent away from your goal. Like, sorry, time to give back that million. Like. So if you ever wondered to yourself, like, God, AC's always bitching about not having enough time and all the effort that goes into a podcast, it does, in fact, make a difference when most of the stuff that we cover has been pre-read, because that 3 for 3 on terrible articles. All right. In streaming news, Dragon Ball Daima English dub premieres on Crunchyroll starting January 10th. So, I regret to inform you that Goku is being voiced by Sean Schemmel. But fortunately, Goku Mini is voiced by Stephanie Indolny. But sadly, Vegeta Mini, I'm guessing, is not voiced by original young Vegeta. Bulma Mini, not voiced by young Bulma. Piccolo Mini, not voiced by young Piccolo. Krillin Mini, not voiced by young Krillin. Chi-Chi, not voiced by Laura Bailey. Yeah, I mean, just it goes on and on. So
Is the
disappointment
whole
up
premise
the ass.
behind this anime to like force the voice acting squad to be replaced?
Yes. Gun to their head. You have to come back. Sorry, that was the rules when you signed on.
And then
to
by
this
the
like
time
20, 30
they
years
get
ago.
back to being full size, then they'll be like, okay, recast. See ya.
Yeah, sad. It's terrible, man, honestly. So it's fucking terrible. Anyway, yeah. Landon McDonald? Yeah, there you go. Also, if you thought to yourself, well, it's okay, because Kira Toriyama's definitely involved for sure, 100%. Definitely. He's never been more involved than the time he made the original Dragon Ball pen to paper in manga form. Except, sure seems like they just recycled shit he did for Blue Dragon. So, oops, damn, can't believe it. Told you so. Remember when they're like, he made up a word? It could be translated like magic and evil, except it used to be called Dragon Ball Magic a second ago, and then we just threw it together with the font everybody has. Daima. Like, come on. I'm not an idiot. I wasn't born yesterday. In other news, One Piece anime's episodes are going to require a premium membership on Crunchyroll. The first 206 episodes are going to remain free. Subsequent episodes will require subscription starting on December 23rd. Fuck, man, I bet you episode 26
So when they go
has the biggest
widescreen
cliffhanger.
natively,
Yeah.
Is that what it is? The widescreen?
I'm
Gotta
pretty
pay
sure
more
that's
for
when
that?
it goes both widescreen and HD.
Well,
natively.
because it's odd because Crunchyroll has the first all those first episodes in HD as well. So I wonder if they're
But it's not
obviously
natively widescreen. It's like the crop aids.
actually I'm
right.
not sure if it's widescreen, but it's definitely HD.
But that's an upscale, I think.
Yeah, no, it's an upscale. But because of the way Crunchyroll does it, they separate it out as its own season, right? So I don't know if you'll also get access to that. I don't know. But they are on Netflix. So you will still be able to get them through Netflix, although Netflix is paid.
But you
so-
have to pay the premium.
Yeah, you have to
Yes.
pay for Netflix too, remember?
Yes.
Yeah. But
there
buy
are
physical
options.
bitches. Yeah, buy physical bitches.
Yeah.
I
you
mean-
gotta
Buy the
pay
premium
for-
Yes.
Getting stuff for free is not always a good thing. I don't know.
Yeah, like when I got free AIDS, that wasn't, in my top
That was
priorities.
incredible, man.
So
That's
episode
three-
2
That 3
06
seconds it took for the climax, that was just so worth it.
Episode 206 looks like it's part of the Foxy fight.
Yeah.
Or the Davy back
Yeah.
arc, so it's actually ends on a gay note, kind of.
Also, for whatever reason, as last I checked, Netflix isn't
I'm planning
getting-
to need to pee tonight. Yes.
nice.
Wow.
Netflix isn't getting the remake of Fishman Island.
Well, they're not even caught up to.
They actually did do Fishman Island. That was the last season they did. They did Fishman Island, then they skipped all the way to Egghead. And then they picked up on Egghead.
Oh, yes.
And now that it's on hiatus, I guess they're just not doing anything. But
Maybe they'll wait till the arc is finished.
well, I think they'll wait till they come back.
They'll wait till they come back.
But I don't know if they'll get the remake episodes of Fishman Island.
All right. I could have timed it a little bit better.
Yeah, you could have also not been talking as you sat down and interrupted people. Things that we could do better, These are things.
Improve.
I'm convinced time travel does not exist.
Mhm.
Anyway, fucking Wingstop.
Time travel the food into your gut.
I'm trying. Anyway, so what do you think Luffy thinks about them putting One Piece behind a premium paywall?
Well, the pirate's life for me.
Yeah, that's dumb. Just fired it.
That's wrong. You should not pirate
A
things.
good pirate doesn't take things that doesn't belong to them.
Something tells me this was not said by myself, but instead said by the giggly asshole over there, probably.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were so passionate about your Visa card.
I was about to throw a random 11 under the bus. I'm so glad I didn't.
Yeah, he stays at the back of the bus, not under it.
Yeah, he stays at the back of the short bus. Get it right.
The time machine guy actually made this happen.
It was all
Yeah,
according
he got you out of work a little bit early today so that we could have the podcast. It was just
Well, I
on the
hope you're
line of
happy,
like,
time machine guy.
it was just on the line. If it was 5 minutes later, you would have said, nah, never mind. But
It's true.
they saved you that 5 minutes. And you're like, I can make it happen.
Time machine guy also delay the delivery of my lunch by over an hour to the point where it became my fucking dinner.
Dude,
Yeah, he
that's
was
some
thinking of
crazy
you.
edging.
Fuck that time machine guy.
Fuck time machine guy.
Oh no.
Let's talk about this.
Hold on.
Police catch Canadian
on,
man
hold
watching
on.
porn while driving.
Oh,
Now, look, I understand if you can't talk about an ongoing case, but feel free to chime in if your lawyer says it's okay. He didn't get off easy, according to the Ontario
He didn't get
Provincial
off at
Police.
all.
Sometimes you just got to play on hard mode.
why is it illegal to watch porn while you're driving? I don't get that.
Distracted while
Children
driving.
can peer into the windows
So, like,
and then see
if
adult
you
fun.
is it considered distracted driving if your hands are on 10 and 2 but your dick is on 6? Like,
I think that's just
Mm.
considered bestiality.
If you have a hands-free setup,
yes,
it shouldn't be illegal to watch porn
I
while you're
100%
driving.
agree. If you have a Tenga, sponsors of the OCA podcast, and it's connected to your airbag, it does kind of
Becomes a
incentivize you. to
It
crash.
thrusts. It thrusts for you. You just have to hit something.
You're describing it like the dildo connected to the bike pedals with extra steps, right?
More force though.
More.
Bike.
Time machine guy, I hope you're happy. All right. We all have our vices, but some can be more destructive or distracting than others. According to a report by the Ontario Provincial Police, one man let his urges get the better of him behind the wheel and is now literally paying the price.
I would argue this in court. There have been studies that have shown that when you see boobs, you get more in the zone.
Mm.
So maybe he was using it as an aid to driving and not a
Yeah.
distraction.
Are
Your
you
Honor,
saying
I
this
know
because
that-
you're the guy in this article?
I
drive
know
better
the
with a hard-on.
prosecution will argue I had tunnel vision, but I was pulled over while driving down a tunnel. Like, the lead up to this incident began on Highway 417 near Ottawa City, Ontario, on December 2nd, when a unit from the Ontario Provincial Police's Eastern Region pulled over a driver who was observed watching pornography while operating his vehicle. Do you think that the crime would result in greater penalty depending on the kind of porn?
Hmm.
Yes.
If it
Yes.
was child,
Very clearly.
yeah, for sure.
If it was
he was
bestiality or
watching-
child porn, yeah, it
No,
would be
but
great.
I'm just saying, like, do you think if he was watching, like,
Scat. Yeah.
like if you were indulging in, like, for example,
No, we're Canadians. We don't kink shame, okay?
No, but like if you were indulging yourself in the like couple driving down the Autobahn while roadhead, or I mean, do you think there are certain degrees to which it would increase or hurt your case if the type of porn, like woman pleasures herself on gear shift, right?
You're watching a video about a girl pleasuring herself on a gear shift while you're driving.
While you're driving, and
Like
you're
what?
like imagining
It's
that
like watching
you're-
that scene in
that
Gone in
you're-
60 Seconds where they're having sex in the car.
that you're gear shifting her,
Oh.
right?
So she has a
You're in
dick.
the fifth year.
Ooh.
I mean, as long as you're not watching car crashes in your porn. I do want to point something out. When you read this, I was like, where the fuck is Ottawa City? I've never heard of that place before. Because and Lady Phoenix says the same thing. It's not or it's Ottawa. It's not Ottawa
Yeah.
City. Like it might actually be Ottawa City,
It's
but
Ottawa
literally
Village, dumbass.
no,
Like-
literally no one says that. If
Yeah.
we're talking about Ottawa, it's just Ottawa.
Ottawa.
Everyone knows
City
what you're
of
talking
Ottawa.
about.
What's like the only place I can think of? Like New York City, Carson City, Kansas City.
It would be like someone saying LA City.
Right.
Like no one says that.
It's called the
Right.
city of LA. Like,
Yeah.
Iowa
Um,
City.
But you know
Alright, so
what?
anyway-
Because it is Ottawa, it was probably fucking guy that worked for the government.
It was Trudeau, wasn't it?
do you think Biden will pardon him?
After Trump takes over Canada, Trump
Yeah.
might
It
pardon him.
makes us the
Are you guys
50th
ready to be the
state.
51st state?
Yeah. I like to be the 51st state before Puerto Rico and all that kind of
Yeah.
stuff.
Oh yeah.
The only
Trades.
thing is, I don't think Trump would ever do it because we would get like what?
Fisted?
How many seats in California? There's like 60 seats,
50.
50 something.
Yeah, that's a good point. You have like a 300.
Yeah,
Well, actually,
well,
no, because it has to be
population.
divided by between like 500 and.
our population's 40 million now.
Oh,
That's
then you're
it?
gonna get less than California.
So
many-
let's say we get 45 seats, right?
Mhm.
Most of those, if we don't do it proportionally, if it's winner
Would be
take all,
blue.
Yeah,
all of those would be blue.
you get.
Trump would never win.
It'd be like it'd be like your California 2.0.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
the one thing that is saving Trudeau's job
Yeah,
is the fact that if he
the
took
fact
it
that
over, it would.
everybody in Canada votes for him.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that too. I can't imagine he'll win the next election, though.
No.
So the driver was fined 615 Canadian dollars or 437. Fucking worth it. Is that it? Oh, and given 3 demerit points on his license.
Can you think about how many OnlyFans whores you can buy for that? Like maybe one?
Yeah. I don't know.
600
image-
bucks.
oh.
Damn.
Pardon.
I
Like,
must
Apparently
see.
they have a fucker.
They blurred it.
No.
It's
All
just
right.
not hot.
You
Just
need to
off.
put the baby on board.
No, we don't need the baby. An image released by the department on social media shows a smartphone sitting in front of the Ford's instrument panel.
Mm.
I think that's the safest way. Hands-free, like Randy's
He's at
right,
least
like
staring in the
in-
right direction.
an
And
increase
he has a
in
meat
blood
beater
flow that has
9000.
created more like precision while driving.
Like, how did he get
agree.
caught?
This, if anything, should be taught in driving school for the safest way to operate a vehicle.
If you're
Safety
gonna beat your meat,
distracted.
do it this way.
Like, how did he get caught?
The cop
I
probably
like
went
to
up right
think-
beside him and
I
saw
like
it.
to think he got caught because he needed to wipe down the interior. What is it? No, the windshield wiper's not getting it. Like,
Probably had it on Bluetooth to his speakers and had it on full blast.
full blast. All right. With the image edited to include a large arrow pointing towards the device, seemingly suggesting that the driver had been viewing the adult content on his phone screen with it sitting in front of the Speedo and Tatch.
Oh,
I
that's
think
why.
that means
Who calls it a
speedometer, and I don't know
Speedo?
what Tatch means.
No, the speedometer was rerouted to his dick so that you can tell how fast he's slapping
I think,
off.
I
Every
think
time-
it's a
Drive with his foot.
tachometer.
The speedometer was rerouted to the Tenga attached to his dick. The faster I go, you know, like
You're speeding.
more revolutions per second. Driving requires your full attention. Leave the phone alone. Wait until you get home. A statement from the OPP on Twitter reads. Oh, come, that's it. Dad burned again. We'd say the official government advice. We'd say the official governmental advice to hold off on using your smartphone until you get home is doubly true when it comes to consuming explicit content. We can't possibly know what went through the driver's mind. Yes, you do. That led him to think an on-road showing of pornographic material was a bright idea. Yes, you definitely know what went through his mind. But
I mean,
we
it's
at
one way
least
to
hope.
keep him. It's one way to keep him awake. He was falling asleep. He needed something to get excited.
Yeah.
He was trying to do a
Ma-
public
honestly,
service.
I bet you anything this is what happened. Fuck, I have an hour drive and I gotta piss so goddamn bad. What am I gonna do? I know. You know?
Our built-in stop pee.
Mm.
All right. Oh,
All right,
damn.
get that steel knot tightened up.
Mm. Oh my god, there are too many folders. Oh, there it is, the bottom one. Silly me. See, I feel cucked over the fact that we didn't find out what, at least the tag for which he was viewing. Like, come on. All right. Mattel has been sued over wicked merchandise. misprint.
Really?
Can you believe it? Speaking of which, I just have to do a quick browse to don't worry, I'm not podcasting while gooning. Oh, no, it's not wicked.org. I'm an idiot.
Man. Like
There it is.
sometimes people just sue too much. I get it's the States, but come on. No one needs to sue over this.
All right. Reese is right. I think I could get by with this. Although I'll be honest, these are some ugly ass women. Holy shit. I'll be real. I don't think I could finish. All right. Anyway, back to the article. Mattel is being sued over the trauma they just induced on me having gone to the website. Mattel's being sued over wicked merchandise misprint that sent kids to obscene website. Is that the face? Am I doing good? That's the face she's made, right?
You're doing it perfect.
Yeah. All right.
You to hold that for the whole podcast.
Oh,
Whew. All
hold
right.
up.
The-
I need you to scroll up real briefly. Oh wait, we're on the wrong brand.
What are you doing
Oh.
over there?
See?
There.
Okay. I was expecting, welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker. All right, toy company Mattel is facing a lawsuit over its controversial Wicked toy line after a misprint linked on the back of the box directed children to a porn site. Last month, Mattel released merchandise. We already know about this. Tell me about the lawsuit, following the outrage. I don't need to read about that. We already covered that. A mother who purchased the misprinted Wicked dolls has filed a lawsuit. It's a fucking mom. God damn it. I wanted the porn site to be suing them for damaging the brand.
I mean, I think you did that to yourself, but
Yeah.
it's fine.
Well, Your Honor, I couldn't even finish, let alone start to that site.
Who's gonna go to the website anyways? Like, who's gonna be like, oh, I need to click on the
Reese,
The
can I get a
Wicked
baby on
website.
screen? Tiny baby.
Because and I think we talked about this last time we covered it, but like
Where's the baby?
when you buy something,
There we go.
I don't go to the
Just
website.
saying,
Yeah.
almost passable. Everybody else, dog face. Absolute dog face.
You mean the baby's almost passable? Yeah. Everybody else is dog
Wow.
face.
Yeah.
Sure.
Green line? Jesus.
These noses. Wow.
I would rather. I mean, Ariana Grande doesn't look that great nowadays, but I'd rather Ariana Grande than any other women on that website.
I don't think I ever found Ariana Grande attractive, period.
Yeah, she's a fucking toothpick now, but like
Communists
holy-
aren't attractive.
I'm pretty sure that's his point, Reese. He's saying he'd even stoop that low over these.
Then the women that are on the front of the.
All right. So the mother has filed a lawsuit against Mattel. The woman claims she's suing Mattel for the emotional distress the misprint caused both her and her young daughter.
Emotional damage.
I don't believe it. You didn't actually log into the website. Be like, no, little. yeah, I'm sure.
No,
I'm
you saw the
fucking
news.
sure. I
You
am
saw the news.
100% sure that you took little Tina. Oh, God damn it. Okay, fine. Let me just. This would have been a lot better. Hold on. Fucking God damn it. Okay, here it is. I'm fucking sure that you and little Tina went to wicked.com and saw this and went, no, I can't. No, I'm gonna, Fred,
Well,
get
I have
my
to hit
lawyer.
enter.
Seriously. No, but that didn't happen. Lying piece of shit who just wants money. The woman claims I mean, if you're suing because of the noses I just endured, I understand. I may never get erect again, right? The woman claims she's suing Mattel for the emotional distress the misprinting caused both her and her young daughter. It's unclear whether the child was supervised or aware of the explicit content the doll's packaging led to. Though, from South Carolina, she filed the lawsuit in federal court in Los Angeles on December 3rd, 2024. This is
My
likely
child's
due
a
to Mattel
lesbian
being
now.
headquartered in California. What's up?
I said, my child's a lesbian now.
The state also has stricter retail laws. I'm just saying, judging by the women I saw on that page, guaranteed you're not a lesbian. Guaranteed, if anything, you're never going to be one. Guaranteed, you're suing because your daughter can't even look at the mom anymore. Like, Mattel made no response to the lawsuit directly, but instead addressed the products themselves. Their statement was as follows, quote, "The Wicked dolls have returned for sale with correct packaging at retailers online and in stores to meet the strong consumer demand for the products."
And now it's corrected to say Pornhub.com.
Right. Pornhub.com/wicked. The previous misprint on the package in no way impacts the value or play experience provided by the product itself in the limited number of units sold before the correction. Can you imagine if Wicked.com rushed out to buy the toy and made a porno of somebody shoving the doll in their vagina, and that's on the main page, right? It no way impacts the value or play experience. It improves, right?
It can even be played with by adults.
It is unclear whether any refunds were issued for toys with the misprinted packaging. No, they're worth $25,000 now. Just tell them to put them up on eBay, right? Thus far, the movie itself remains unaffected by those events, really. Okay. No, we're not going to read the rest of this. All right, cool. Skipping. Nice. All right. 4 out of 4 losing articles. All right. I want to escape from princess lessons. Anime reveals 4 more cast members.
Why does this look like High Guardian Spice?
What? Are you asking why the main character appears to be a trans flag? I don't know.
I'm
How the fuck
asking
did that happen?
why this doesn't look. This looks like a Crunchyroll heavy air quotes anime, and not like an actual.
This
like,
princess
anime.
is escaping from princess lessons
Uh-huh.
by identifying as a prince.
Wait. Transes? Are you saying that?
So they say, but I don't trust they, or them, or him, or her. In fact, I'm suspicious of all pronouns.
Oh,
Definitely didn't pull the trigger as soon as the most remotest opportunity to use that came, and didn't even think to wait for an article about pronouns. Bravo. Like,
I know. I needed some excuse, okay?
please,
Before I forgot.
dear Lord Time Traveler, undo the grave sins of this podcast tonight. Oof. All right. Yeah, let's read about this. Duchess Letitia Dorman has been betrothed to Crown Prince Clark since age 7. Apparently, she's not featured here at all. She was once a rambunctious and free-spirited child, but the strict education she's receiving to make her a fit future princess has really put a cramp in her lifestyle. Her only hope is that the prince might someday take an interest in someone else. So when Clark shows up to a royal ball with an unknown woman at his side, Letty is overcome with delight, presuming her dream has come true and her engagement has been broken off. She wastes no time retreating to an easygoing countryside life, but her newfound peace is cut short when the prince shows up and claims she is still his fiancée. Clark is determined to win Letty over and marry her, while Letty is determined to resist his charms and escape. Who will emerge victorious in this heart-pounding battle of wills? Fuck, I don't goddamn know. None of the characters you talked about are featured here, so I don't goddamn know. Anyway. All right, also, Black Butler Emerald Witch Arc anime reveals teaser visual. So there's the visual.
April air date.
Yeah,
I can't wait till Aniplex
Yes,
charges
April.
$500 for this movie or whatever it is. It's probably going to be a bit. No.
Series.
It's probably gonna be Crunchyroll that gets it, and we're gonna be like triple cucked because we're gonna have like the Aniplex sets, but also the Funimation.
No,
set.
No,
Funimation is
well,
done.
everything's been Crunchy/Funimation so far. It's just that they've reclaimed the older ones. So the biggest cucking would be if Aniplex got this out of the gate. So now you're raped into paying top
I'm
dollar.
pretty sure that the
And
Crunchyroll
Reese,
cast
did you
is the last
say-
season.
Did you say like Funimation's gone? We've discussed this routinely. Like everybody at Funimation is working at Crunchyroll. Like I can't even verify anybody from original Crunchyroll that's still working.
The school arc was dubbed by the Crunchyroll cast.
I know one person who's not working there anymore, David Wald.
Right. Okay. Fair.
It's still
I
the
know
Black.
a second person
It's
who's
still
not
the
working
Black
there.
Butler cast. It's still the Black Butler cast.
Right. But you're like in damn near everybody else. Like we covered like Daima, right? And every of the not the cast, but the like the other behind the scenes people, like the director and like the mix engineer and stuff. It's like that.
Mhm.
That's I've seen those names on every fucking Blu-ray from Funimation that I bought since I can't tell you when. Like,
They're still going to put it under probably
Anyways.
Aniplex and Hose Us.
Possibly. I feel like it's going to be Crunchyroll, but maybe we'll get lucky and have it be. I don't even know if that's lucky. I feel like if we get lucky, it'll be Crunchyroll. Because
I was about to say, I think that is the lucky option.
yeah, because if we get Aniplex to do it, the box set will most likely be pretty good. But like, it'll be an arm and a leg, and then
Yeah.
we don't even have like they gave up. They're like, here, Aniplex is like, here's season 1 of Black Butler. Okay, where are the other ones? About that.
Well, I think the second season did expire under Funimation. Sorry, Crunchymation.
No one is worse off if the second season didn't get re-released.
Yeah, second season is. I mean, Lucy Christian was good as the
That
one
season
guy, but like
sucked.
the season was like bad.
I
Season
know
3.
Foot Circus was
pretty
on that
dope.
list of expiries to come. It probably
really?
already lapsed.
So I need to like
Fuck.
I need to buy out all Black Butler and get the season 1 that's out of print already and it's got awful to find.
I'd watch Club It, I guess. Maybe.
Anyways, Health Teacher.
Wait, that guy's car should be marked as a biohazard so nobody buys it used.
To Jigoku Sensei noob.
Yeah, so thank you for unlocking a new fear. I can't even buy a turkey without a guy's dick having been in it. Is it prawn or a Stellar Blade ad?
You mean a Nikkei ad?
Ottawa City is what it's called when
Oh
Canada
no.
51st state by Trump's decree. Canada
Uh-oh.
becomes the United States hat in reality. Don't let your memes be dreams. Shia LaBeouf. Is Wicked even something you want kids to watch as is? No, absolutely not. Never. Not even once. Based on Wicked marketing, I thought it was for adults. Oh. It's for the gays? 100%
She
is for the
wants
gays.
some green rod. That's for sure. Her green wand.
Visa only approves of dog faces. That explains it.
Yes, Visa.
Mother sued for taking daughter to see Wicked movie. The princess anime just sounds like modern day. I love the idea that you go to see Wicked and it's like the Pornhub logo starts. Are we in the wrong movie? All right. Anyway, Hell Teacher Nube or Jigoku Sensei Nube anime reveals new teaser visual. So there you go. That's it. That's the visual. Nice.
I hope
Unleash
they
the
don't
power of the
sterilize it.
demon's hand.
They're gonna make it like Kids Bop version instead
Yes.
of. I'm assuming it's gruesome or something.
I
Nope.
think Yoa Yoa Sensei manga announces a TV anime adaptation. You know what I find very Yoa Yoa? These tits.
Yawa.
Yawa Yawa, right? All right. Anyway,
Are those posable, Randy? Are those
are those
posable?
posable boobs?
They look pretty stiff, actually.
Zoom enhance.
I don't even want to know what goes on in that brain, you diseased person.
What? Wow.
I can't follow the. I'm trying to give benefit of the doubt. He's like, no, I need them to be boom, 45.
I didn't say I need.
I need them to be bam.
I didn't say I
It's
need.
just a want, okay?
I need those tits saluting Hitler. Like,
I was just saying it would be a good pose. But those are so big, I feel like they wouldn't be posable. It's just there.
The
could,
posability is the number one factor. It's not the shape or size. It's the
at what
posability.
size are they too small to pose? And also, at what size are they too large to pose?
Freaking, what
No,
country are you
no.
calling from?
Shh.
What country?
Hold on,
Sounds like
I have to
ass.
download this clip for use.
Sounds fine to me.
What?
Reese is complaining that Footnum sounds like ass. But I don't know. He sounds fine to me.
That's just his voice, man. Leave him alone.
Sounds like you're on a different mic to me.
All right.
I was apparently.
See? See? Randy? Gaslighting me? Eat a dick.
Gaslighting him, gaslighting me, gaslighting
All right.
the podcast.
How is it gaslighting to say I thought it sounded fine?
Saying I was wrong. That I'm insane. That I'm hearing things.
Yeah, it's because I said all of that. What the fuck?
States didn't stand a
No,
chance. Germany made
Hitler's my
staggering progress,
friend.
with
He
huge
wouldn't
encircling
do
movements
that.
capturing
Whoa. Ooh.
Sorry, I just needed that to be in the band for reasons. Anyway, all right. Let's see. The story of Yoa Yoa Sensei follows Akihito Abikura, a second-year high school student who is intimidated to discover that he's been assigned to the class of Hiyori Hiwarimura, a notoriously scary teacher. However, Akihito soon discovers that Hiyori isn't actually scary. She's just extremely shy. Is that what we
Wow.
call
I'll watch it.
it? Please, I'm just so shy. Stop touching my boobs. All right, anyway. Night of the Living Cat anime reveals trailer. So Takashi Miike is the executive director, which means he's attached in name only and not actually doing anything, right? That's what that means.
What's he done? That's relevant.
Ichi the
Just fucking
Killer.
for real. Takashi Miike is the fucking Quentin Tarantino of Japan. He's done
Oh,
everything
that's what I
that's
don't know.
worth seeing. Starting, of course, with Ichi the Killer. And then
Okay,
maybe
all one.
Zebra Man. Right?
Wow, all two films.
Ichi the Killer Watch Party 1.
Possibly tonight.
You don't want to wait for the 4K?
Possibly when the 4K gets released.
Yeah, you can't wait till the 4K gets released so you can rip it and convert it to 720p.
Can't
Oh,
wait
yeah.
to see that jizz in 4K.
4K
Oh, yeah.
jizz. 4K bucket of jizz. All right. So Night of the Living Cat is Night of the Living Dead, but
With cat.
instead of becoming zombies, you
Become
Get
pussy.
mad.
become
pussy.
a cat. Naturally, I've got to see it. Like, I like how he's like, "Ah," like he's blushing, like, no, there's pussy on my face. Ah.
No, the pussy's not supposed to
This
go
isn't-
inside me.
This isn't how I wanted to die, but it's very linguistically close. Like,
I said I wanted to drown in pussy, but not like this.
no, the monkey's paw. All right, anyway. Here's the synopsis. And another picture of a cat. All right. A virus spreads across the world, transforming all humankind into wild slavering. Furry beasts, cats, to be precise. Those few survivors who remain human take refuge in the dark corners of the earth as they fight back against the feline horde. Kunagi, a man with no memory of his past, yet a deep knowledge of cats, struggles to hold on with only his wits and a will to survive. Yet the virus transmits merely through cuddles. Oh, shit! Shit! He's got
So
no
they have to give
choice.
them cat monkeypox.
And Kunagi finds Kitty so hard to resist. Is his willpower strong enough to withstand this hair-raising catastrophe? Fuck, man. Apparently not. You can see the goggles didn't shrink down with his cat. Also, look at the cat balls. You will all
Zombie
be
cat
cats.
balls.
You want to cuddle. Okay. Alleged leaks for the next Avatar series reveals amputee female protagonist.
Oh my god.
Confirmation of Korra as most powerful bender.
Oh my god.
Let me ask you this. What else do you think the main character who is an amputee and female will be?
2 out of 10.
Gay?
Gay? That's a good
Oh,
guess.
shit. We could have
That's,
a
that
quadrillion.
remains to be seen.
That's probably going to be it.
Non-binary?
Black? Did you say black? Ding, 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 ding. Possibly
Wow.
gay, female, amputee, and black. Yes, you've got it. That's what we're looking at here.
The
Definitely. for
amputee
sure.
part just seems so insane. Like,
None of the none of the ethnicities in that damn series in the universe were black. They were all Asian-ish. Oh, fuck's sake.
That's why they gotta invent the black people.
And this is from the original creators. Yes, like the original creators were like, yeah,
Who
like,
fucking knows? They seem to have pieced out from the whole franchise.
wouldn't surprise me.
Why are they making more? God knows. Glad I
Because
didn't
the
even
first
bother
two
with
made
finishing.
money.
Suppose. A new set of leaks has provided audiences with what appears to be the first look at the upcoming Avatar sequel series, and sadly, the production looks more disappointing than not. Word that a new entry in a fan favorite fantasy had entered development was first raised by the now defunct and aptly named Avatar News website, who in December of 2022 learned from their own purported sources that, quote, an original animated streaming series set in the future after The Legend of Korra, following the next Earth Avatar in the cycle, is coming to Paramount Plus in 2025. As produced by franchise creators Michael Dante DiMartino and Brian Konietzko's Avatar Studios.
have they gone transes in real life?
It sounds like it. And from there, the project went radio silent, with fans being left to wonder both whether the series was actually in production and just what its contents would actually entail. Okay. Real quick. Think about this for a second. So, it's 2022. The Democrats are in power. Wokeness is on the rise. And you're like, yeah, I've got an idea for the next Avatar. Then it releases in 2025. Trump is in power. Wokeness is dead. But think for a minute. Has anything woke ever been successful? Like, Arcane's dog shit.
Yeah, but
I
successful.
didn't see it. But I'm just saying, like, is it just bad timing to release Concord, or is there ever an environment where that would have thrived?
No.
I can't see it. Like, this was doomed from the start. So they say here that December 4th, an apparent Avatar Studios insider took to 4chan's dedicated comics and cartoon board /CEO to leak a number of supposed pre-production documents related to the series. As relayed from 4chan to Twitter by user @Kirith Chronicle, the series' lead Earth Avatar protagonist will be Priya. Oh, I'm sorry. She's also homeless.
Priya.
God, imagine. A homeless 9-year-old black female amputee whose closest companion is a large feline type creature.
Wow,
According
it's
to her
almost like they're
description-
trying to make it like the first one where they have this giant animal creature thing.
He's
Wow.
probably gonna try and get beasts.
Could they be
bestiality
doing that?
in
Oh
there.
my god, that's gross. Why would they do that? According to her description in the aforementioned casting call, the independent, kind, and resourceful young Avatar is, quote, a reluctant hero who avoids altercations or fighting, but still believes in helping people using her creativity and wits. She's a talented musician, of course she is, and loves to make up songs with timbre, a guitar-like instrument. Priya became an amputee after an incident in her early childhood.
I don't
Alongside
think
the
even kids want to watch a show where it's like, yeah, so the main character traumatically like loses their limb. I don't think they're raring to watch Full Metal
for
Alchemist.
fuck's sake, seriously. Like, I have to imagine the rate at which children are losing limbs must be going down
Yeah.
over years, right? Like, it's got to be getting less likely that you're losing a limb as a child, right? Unless you're a
Hope
fucking
so.
retard. And if you are, I don't think we should be making mascots and protagonists tailored to your retardation. But here we are still. Alongside the Avatar concept art also reveals her airbending mentor, a currently unnamed young adult male who opts to wear more armored clothing, bears an updated air nomad tattoo on his forehead, and flies using a hoverboard. That would be this guy, guaranteed to become gay. Probably. Oh, there's the armor. Wow.
So here's
What
my
an
prediction.
attractive cat-like creature that's definitely just a monkey. Racist. Why would you give the black girl a monkey pet? Ooh.
So isn't the lore that like for the next Avatar to become the Avatar, the previous one has to die, so Korra has to die?
Only reason to watch the show.
This is
Well, yeah.
apparently like I think a lot in the future is from what I remember hearing from the
They
leak.
said in the
Okay.
future, after the
Oh, so we don't
events
even
of-
get the pleasure of seeing Korra being like, "Well, I'm dead now." But what I was gonna say is, do you think they're gonna retcon that specific rule to have their empowered Korra be like, "Yes, I am still relevant and alive," while this new Avatar becomes a thing? That would be my guess. But if you're saying it's way far in the future, then I guess we don't even get the pleasure of seeing Korra getting yeeted.
Well, the avatars have a set schedule too for like which ones get reincarnated. Like it follows the earth, air, wind. Like I don't know the order, but like it follows that cycle.
Like the tribe, yeah, a different tribe each time.
Yeah. So it was air.
So was Korra a waterbender?
Yeah, she was water.
Okay.
So now this is earth, and the one before Aang was fire. So presumably then this would be the direct next avatar after Korra.
I like the
Although-
idea that when the Fire Nation attacked, it was really just the previous Avatar. I think that'd be funny. All right. In terms of settings, the events of the series will take place sometime after those seen in The Legend of Korra, with Priya being Korra's Avatar successor. However, rather than the Four Nation world fans have come to know and love, particularly thanks to the original series introduction, at the time of the Earth Avatar's adventures, the Four Nations do not exist anymore. Wow.
What?
As to what's caused this seismic shift in geopolitics, the Twitter user explained, quote, "The series will establish that some unknown cataclysmic event..." Oh, that's how she lost her leg. The Earth exploded or some shit. Will occur
Why-
that Avatar Korra will be forced to stop. During
Dude,
which
why do
she'll
they
be
have to
forced
always
restart.
I feel like with some established franchises, it's like when they come back after X years, the only way they can add to the story is by
It's to
absolutely
just erase
destroying
everything
the
and start
previous.
over, right?
So I had to step away and use the bathroom real quick. Did we talk about the fact that they're trying to like put black characters, like the idea of diversity to them is just we'll put a black character in it, despite the fact that if they paid attention to this series at all, whoever the fuck it is who came in and made this decision, that it's plenty diverse because it doesn't have any fucking white people in it. Show me a white person in the show. There isn't one. They're all fucking ethnic Asian, like based off of like Samoan and like Japanese people and Chinese people. Like the hell?
Yeah.
Who went in and was like, let's put a black character in here because it's not diverse enough? What do you mean?
I mean, I don't know if you were there, but we did cover that some black people believe they were the originators of the ninja and samurai. So they're just retaking their rightful place.
Oh yeah, oh,
Right?
I remember.
So,
Yeah, definitely. I remember that. Yeah.
Believe
Like,
it or
we
not.
Just make your own shit. Just,
How come you didn't make a sequel to Boondocks?
right?
Where's that?
Can you imagine if a new season of Boondocks would be made today? How shit it would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can, because I just imagine every other thing made today and think, oh yeah, that level of shit. Oh yeah. I just think about the podcast being made today and think, yeah.
Yeah.
OCA podcast has gone low, but they're equally as broke as before. So it's the first.
Yeah, that
instance
must be
where
how the
we
OCA
haven't gone
podcast went broke. We must have gone woke somewhere. I didn't realize. Fuck.
I was going to say we've gone woke, but we've always been broke.
Oof. Oof.
All right.
It just kills me, man.
That hurts. Hashtag paper hurts.
All right. So the cataclysm, blah blah blah, during which she was forced to reshape the entire world from the original 4 nations to 7 new locations / countries or havens. Oh, so she just magically invented a nation of black people. That's
Yeah.
she Captain Planets her way into reshaping the
That
entire
literally
planet.
might be what they do.
Yeah.
Like they might go find Africa, right?
Turns out there were even more powerful benders there than the Avatar.
Just make
Come
it
Then
on.
the
a
African nation
We
attacked.
was benders. All right.
This is the way.
Oh no.
We realized that the map only knew so much of the world, and now we've realized there's land on the other side of the ocean that we didn't know about. It's this land full of black people, and maybe they'll throw in white people just to be nice.
Which nation is the one that attacks, though?
Oh.
Clearly, it's the white nation now. It's
Well,
got to be
considering the
the white
main character is missing a leg, definitely not the black people. That would just be racist.
God forbid.
God forbid, yeah.
nation. Yeah.
I can't wait till we find out that she lost her leg and like I don't even know, like saving a puppy or some shit. Like it's gonna be the most cringe thing ever. Notably, this core specific plot point turns out should this core specific plot point turn out to be true, it would, as correctly pointed out by Kirith Chronicle, it would that this would effectively make Avatar Korra the most powerful avatar known in the lore due to her ability to break and remake the world on her own. Everybody's gay now. Just
Yeah.
like
'cause
you
that-
know,
they
believe
had
it or
to
not,
ruin-
it's not Korra who has that power. It's the showrunners.
right.
In providing more information about Priya's backstory, the leaks further detailed how, quote, once the new Earth Avatar is born, we learn she will actually be from a set of identical twins, the pair of which, quote, will be the focal point of the series.
And the other one's
Until
missing the,
one
the
dies
mirror
at the end
leg.
of season 1.
And then they combine at the end, and it's like I never lost a leg to begin with. I'm not crippled.
Honestly, if you were an earthbender worth a damn, you could just prosthetic leg the ground that you
Right.
walk on, right? I
I've
I
brought
don't
this
see
up
why
many
that's not
times
fair.
before. What's the point in like introducing a disability if you have a power that negates it as if it never existed? Like,
It's so that the kids with that disability
can resonate and
get to
You're just like me.
get the, yeah, she's just like me. If I had that power, I would be normal. Yay, normality.
If they're identical twins, wouldn't they both be the Avatar?
yeah, they're dual avatars.
Mm.
Are you as successful as your identical twin?
Depends on what you mean by success.
Well, when your identical twin got pulled over by the police for watching porn in Ottawa City, Did you also go to jail for it?
Is that success?
I've not been to jail.
Did you also climax while driving down Ottawa City?
Could you imagine if you had like a twin and you were required to serve consecutive time with them because you're so
I
similar?
thought you were going to say, can you imagine if you had a twin and you both always nutted at the same time?
I mean-
no, I'm taking my driving test!
Well,
Like,
now you got a
Think
sequel to
yourself-
Once Cucked on Another Planet,
Synchronized coming.
Once Nutted on Another
Mm.
driving license exam.
Wow. I think
Alright.
you need to rework that joke and come back.
Yeah. Anyway, so the Order of the White Lotus, the secretive group who has taken it upon themselves to forever track down and train the newest avatar, is expected to have taken one of the twins and raised her in wealth. Oh. As she is seen as the more powerful of the two.
Oh dear God!
Wait.
You know what they've gotten where they got this inspiration from?
Holy fuck. So not only is she black and an amputee and probably gay and also
Luke
homeless,
Skywalker.
but she's poor, right? And
He's
But
also Luke
also-
Skywalker.
go ahead, Greenlight.
I was gonna say that they've taken this from Star Wars: The Acolyte.
Yeah.
It's
I-
it's the Acolyte all
Dare
over
I
again.
say,
Well, I mean,
her
it's
identical twin will be male,
Right.
right?
I don't
Dear
think that's
God.
how identical twins work.
Her identical black twin, who is
Oh
actually,
no!
spoiler alert, Trump. Right?
Oh, I thought you were gonna say male. So then when they combine, they become like trans, non-binary.
It's even better. I like that.
We haven't
Trans
been,
If it was
Binary.
identical twins, the one that's male would, or one of
Yeah,
them would
but-
have to be trans.
we haven't been keeping up on that chat, and I saw this gold.
Yes.
Oh, turns out it was the avatar behind the wheel in Ottawa City all the time. I'm gonna bend this blood all over the windshield.
No, I'm bending.
Who
Oh.
this is?
Speaking of,
Who this is? Welcome.
Well,
Who is?
since I'm sick, I had to use the most appropriate avatar at the moment.
Avatar, you say?
Oh, sorry. No. What? What?
I hope you pull through. Enjoy that sleeping bag. All right. So the Order of the Law, it is unknown if they are separated at birth or as toddlers, but the second twin somehow ends up cast aside and forgotten. She grows up on the
Also-
streets.
Just if you think back to the White Lotus from the original series and
Mm.
Iroh being in the White Lotus, like, can you imagine them even doing that? That's so fucked up to do. Like, I don't know. Who's running this White Lotus now?
I don't know. I didn't even watch Korra when I found out about the lesbian
That
series
came at the
finale
end, and
relationship. Yeah.
And then they tacked it on at the last minute. By the way, she's gay, and it's like,
Yeah, my
What?
wife was a big fan of the original
No.
Avatar.
Yeah, the original. I
And
love.
so
Yeah.
when Legend of Korra came out, she begged me to sit down and watch it with her on the premiere. And I watched the loudmouth, child version of Korra going listen up, I'm the Avatar. And I'm
you
like,
gotta
I'm
deal with it.
done.
So, did she end up finishing it?
I don't know,
Okay.
honestly.
When
She
you
didn't
have the
enjoy
time
it.
to ask her, I'd like to know her opinions
Yeah.
on how they ended it, because it's
Oh, man.
I feel like the lesbian shit was.
I
tacked
just
on at the
remember
end.
I didn't even get to the part where she grew up. I just saw that part at the very beginning, and my brain said, "This has saved you so much time that you now do not have to go back and actually make an effort to finish the original Avatar because there is no upside to doing so because this is what awaits you." This
I
is
just
like when a
pretend it doesn't
person
exist.
this is like when a person thinks, should I start watching Game of Thrones? And then a friend turns to him and says, no. The ending is dog shit. You know, oh God, thank you. That saved me a good 80 hours of my life. Right? Like all right, so it's unknown if they're separated at birth or as toddlers, but the second twin somehow ends up cast aside and forgotten. She grows up on the streets of one of the New Havens with her animal guide. Eventually, the two twins are reunited and begin training together, as the non-Avatar twin is still very powerful and has actual training from the White Lotus. Okay.
But
Per the casting call, the twin is named Nikki and considered the snarky opposite to Priya. Thanks, I hate them both. She loves her powers and the attention it affords her, but her biggest fear is to be forgotten or not accepted by others. I could give a fuck about your stupid needs. Nikki is awkward, but puts on a face of super confidence to hide the fact that she feels like a fish out of water. Despite her cocky attitude, Nikki is also an innovator, and her wild side is useful at times. Great job. Despite these leaks, it appears that the series is far from being ready to air, as Kirith Chronicles notes that, quote, 2 episodes are finished as of July 2024 in the storyboard/animatic stage with voiceovers. As of writing, neither Paramount, Avatar Studios, DiMartino, Konetsko, nor anyone else officially and currently associated with the IP have offered public comment on the leaks. However, it should be noted that multiple tweets sharing the information, including one by Kirith Chronicles, have had their attached images removed at the request of the copyright holder. Fuck, man, really? Yes, the article previously referred to her as a paraplegic, but nope. She, in fact, is not lame. She's lame and gay. No, she's missing the leg entirely.
Yeah.
All right. There you go.
Amputee, not a paraplegic, moron.
Yep.
what if she was wheelchair bound?
You right? Wheel bender.
No, that would actually be really like if they if she had a wheelchair or she would just like raise the ground underneath the wheelchair to push her forward. So like constantly, constant.
She's a gender bender.
Avatar the last gender bender. Wow.
Mirage is just a pronoun bending.
Yeah, I'm a gender fluid bending. All right.
You know what's dumb? In the first
dude for taking what? Sorry.
In the first series, they made Toph blind, and everyone didn't care. Toph was a great character, and she's blind. No one's like, "Oh, she's blind. They're so woke." Like no one was saying that. But now, if you see someone, if they were to release the exact same show now, it'd be like, "You're woke."
Yeah. When Tolkien wrote The Lord of the Rings, and Eowyn takes down the Lich King, the Witch King, not the Lich King from.
Everyone said, "Oh, Tolkien's gone woke."
Yeah, it was novel to write a story in which a woman slays the Witch King. Right now, when every goddamn story is that, it is actually now novel to experience a story for which normal things from 20 years ago are now novel. And it's like, whoa, a straight white guy. Oh my God.
Cancel it.
Has anybody ever written a story like this before? It's so good. Like,
yeah.
Yep, Avatar the Last Masturbator.
That's me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Korra was already pretty black. Legend of Korra did feature actual deaths. Not enough.
Dude, in Avatar 4, do you think they're just going to darken the shade of the skin color each entry, each season?
Watch there's like some time travel element, and it's back to it's the fire Avatar, and he shows that he did exactly what AC suggested, to use the fire nation attack.
Nah, they
so that the series
is
so that it's a never-ending cycle.
Reese, now may or may not be the perfect time to skip over games news and instead do the previously non-existent manga news. Are you ready in the brand? Speaking of,
Yes. Hold
Good.
on. Wait, hold on. Maybe. Yeah,
allow me to draw your
right.
attention. My Hero Academia's Kohei Horikoshi has unveiled official Marvel art. Teases next manga. Let me ask you guys something. Would you
Captain
say that
America?
Marvel Comics is woke?
Yes.
Yes.
It is, right? Like comics, generally speaking, in the West have gone pretty fucking woke, right? So,
Yeah.
like, if I was going to draw characters from a series that I wasn't the originator of, would I be interested in drawing said characters as black? Probably, right? Right? Like that would be a thing.
Yeah.
Like I would be more likely to blackwash a character than to whitewash a character, right? Huh. Okay. Cool. We're all on the same page here. Oh, look at this. Art by Kohei Horikoshi. Nice. Randy, they drew your portrait. That was nice of them.
Miles Morales is white now?
What? Yeah. So then let's see. Humberto Ramos drew My Hero Academia characters. And Ugly as Sin, like dramatically, horrifyingly hideous.
Oh my god.
But also, oh, is that so? Is the rabbit girl, in fact, a prissy white girl? Wow.
Right?
Thank
Yeah,
you.
he didn't actually blackwash her.
Thank you
Let's
clearing
let's
that up
have a
for me.
refresher.
Umberto Ramos.
Yeah.
Wow. Damn.
I mean, every
What?
woman there is butt ugly, but
She's
Let
even
us just
whiter
say
than
it
Momo.
was Umberto Ramos who corrected the record on this 100% official artwork. I'm sorry, it was Edgar Delgado who colored it. If anybody is to blame, it is that guy, because this skin tone and that skin tone are
she made
identical. Yeah.
Mirko even lighter than Momo almost.
Yeah. And what is up with all of these characters having the fucking lipstick of her, right? And then let's pop that up there again, my short one-eyeballed man. Yes. I see a distinct difference in shading on the middle girl, right, compared to the other two, and yet revert back to Delgado's coloring here, and I might argue that she is the whitest among them, right? If anything. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Oshako's even like darker.
She hasn't
oh
been
my
able to
gosh.
keep up with her tanning regimen. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Also, who's this?
Isn't
Oh, is that
lizard?
Midnight?
That's the one where she can break her body apart.
Yeah, she can turn into a pocket pussy.
Yeah.
Whoa.
She can
Don't
detach
think
her
we've
whole.
met her
She can
yet.
she can literally take her entire body part apart, and like have all of her body parts are sentient. Like she
Yeah.
can control all of her body parts.
Has she been in the series that AC has seen yet?
I don't remember how far AC has gone.
I don't think so. Let's just put it
I'm
out
in
do
the
there.
believe-
part with the Tea Party thief guy.
I'm pretty sure
Gentle?
you've seen her.
Then
She's
you've
in-
seen her.
You've definitely seen her.
I just don't remember Pocket Pussy Superpower Girl. So
What
I think I would have remembered that.
Like he literally could just remove her mouth and throw it and talk to somebody.
I mean, I've watched past where AC is, and I don't know of this character. So
All right.
Well, you haven't
Anyway,
been using your imagination like Green has, and it didn't leave an impression on you.
I guess not. Is she a student?
Yes, she's in Class B.
Oh,
think.
okay.
so here's what Horikoshi said when asked about what the future holds. I feel really lucky over the success of My Hero Academia, so I know there's a lot of pressure around my next move. I'm planning to start a new manga as soon as I possibly can. I was thinking to committing myself to simply drawing my next project and letting someone else write the story. But my editor advised me, quote, it will be better if I do it all yourself. Okay. If you do it all yourself, I should say.
Cool
With that
if
in
you
mind,
did
I
like
slowly
Green
started
Revolver.
writing and drawing the thumbnails of my next manga. However, there are still several events left surrounding My Hero Academia. So for a while, I'll still be committed to supporting and promoting it. Wow. That was news. Great. All right. Anyway, confirmed Mirko is white. Thanks to Hispanic Marvel guys who are clearly white supremacists.
So
Well-
sorry, what was his? Did he reveal his next manga?
Nope.
No,
he just
didn't.
said there is a next manga, but I haven't
Oh.
decided yet. You can see on the side here the same article twice. This one revealed the paraplegic, and this one revealed the amputee. Something's wrong
They
there.
are
huh?
twins. One is a
One's
paraplegic.
one paraplegic, the other's the amputee.
All right, in games news, Guilty Gear Strive update censors digital figure mode. So you know in video games how you can sometimes pause it and
Yes.
rotate around your character, like in
No.
Smash Brothers. Yes. Once upon a time, I learned that Princess Peach wears some frilly ass panties, right? But now, if I was to pause and try to take a gander upon those, the models would now vanish when viewing certain areas of the figure. So, almost defeats the purpose of having it, doesn't it?
Ew.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, why even draw it?
In the latest instance of censorship to hit Guilty Gear Strive, a recent update to the Arc Sys fighting game has made it so that the models, maybe we're giving them too much credit. What if you try to zoom in on Bridget's bulge, you just find out they won't tell you whether or not Bridget has had the surgery or not? Maybe that's all it is. Maybe that's it. Maybe,
I mean,
they're
every
just trying to
character is in
leave it up to
Bridget.
you.
I think they're being transphobic if they don't
It
let
is
us see it.
100%. I want to see
confirm.
the lewd bits of every character. Do not disappear them.
Is this game actually 3D this time?
I think it is.
Because I was gonna say if
Our
it's
systems
2D
work.
sprites still, then I don't see how the pausing is
No.
gonna do much.
Arc Systems Works has been doing Guilty Gear for ages, right? They do full 3D. So, in the latest instance of censorship to hit Guilty Gear Strive, a recent update to Arc Systems fighting game has made it so that the models in its digital figure mode now completely disappear if the player attempts to view them at a risque angle. Does this count as risque?
Just the angle?
These boobs are as posable as they come. They're 45 degrees already. Added to the game in early 2020, along with the release of Testament as a playable fighter, Guilty Gear Strive's diorama-style digital figure mode allows for players to take various character models as unlocked via an in-game gacha-style minigame and pose them against various backdrops, which they can then screenshot, save, and share with other players. Upon its initial edition, players were allowed complete freedom to photograph their digital figures as they saw fit, particularly in regards to highlighting a given character's forward-facing and rear assets. So they pose all the way to the rear, huh? the assets, huh? Photos shared via the game's network features that were deemed too not safe for work by Arc System's own filters would be restricted from viewing by other viewers, but they still could be taken locally. But now, however, that has changed with Strive's recent version 1.41 update. Released on November 18th, the update not only brings with it gameplay adjustments and a new Team of 3 mode, but also a pair of puritanical adjustments to the digital figure figure modem, with Arc Systems having, quote, adjusted the display region of the camera so that when viewing certain areas of the figures via the camera, the displays will be toggled off. I like the idea that when you try to look up the skirt, it's just mosaic pixels, right?
Do you remember when Stellar Blade said, yeah, in the next update, we're adding photo mode? That's going to, like, explode the PlayStation Network share function.
Fucking yes. Believe it or not, yes.
I thought they
Also-
removed the share function or something.
What? Well, no, PlayStation has a built-in share button,
Mhm.
so like people are going to use that
How
button
is
a
this
lot in
one
Stellar.
here? There we go. Okay. To further support this change, the developer has also added a new icon that, quote, will now be displayed to indicate when the figure display is toggled off due to the limitations on figure display areas. In other words, if a player tries to get a lewd angle look at any given character, male or female, as confirmed by Automaton Media's Carlo Zotomeyer. Thank you, Carlo, for trying to look up the guy's ass cracks and finding out that, yes, indeed, you can't do that either. Said character's model will now completely disappear from the diorama until the camera is moved to a more appropriate position. I like the idea. So in let's grab something else real quick.
Oh, it's the being able to share directly to Twitter is what they removed.
Yeah, hold on one second. Let me just find an article real quick that I want to. Here it is. Let me. There it is. Okay, pull that out. And here it is. Okay, so you know what would be better than what they've just described there? Stellar Blade honors Yoko Taro's legacy with fourth wall breaking Easter egg in Nier Automata DLC. Do you know what it is? If you try to get a nice look
Anti-shot.
up those panties, Eve spins around and kicks the camera, aka the player, right? Like, don't look up there, right? Yeah. So
Wow.
so instead of just like, oh, my character disappeared and I've got this thing here until I turn my camera, just have the character move. Like, I'm trying to get a look, and you're like, they just keep turning.
No peeky.
You're like turning slightly more and more as you try to chase them. They just keep spinning.
Like they could like literally just make like an animation, like just pushing the skirt, down, or like covering up the crotch with their hand,
Or
or something.
do the black hole in freaking panties like in Final Fantasy 7 remake or whatever.
What I would do is I'd make it so after 5 minutes of sustained attempts, the police literally break in. It's like, FBI, open up.
Yeah. At current, Arc Systems has yet to publicly explain why they chose to censor Strive's digital figure mode nearly 3 years after its debut. However, it should be noted that in the November 15th post to the game's official website, the developer announced, per machine translation provided by DeepL, that Strive would soon be seeing the CERO rating mark for the PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5 version of Guilty Gear Strive updated from CERB to CEROC in accordance with the game content. It also appears that all versions of the game will now be rated CEROC. Like, I fucking know what that means. Cucked? Is that what this stands for? Cucked?
Yeah.
That's what it feels like. As its upcoming Nintendo Switch release currently holds this designation. Otherwise known as Japan's notoriously strict answer to America's ESRB or Europe's PEGI system, the Computer Entertainment Rating Organization, or CERO, is responsible for determining and providing age ratings to any and all media released within the land of the rising sun. Games that have a CERO-B rating are meant to be for 12 years old and above, while CERO-C are for 15 years old and above. I don't see what the problem is. Can we go further beyond? D? Right? I'd like that. Let's just do that. To this end, current speculation based on the circumstantial evidence suggests that the ARC system censored Strive's digital figure mode in a failed attempt to keep the game at a lower age rating in the hopes of providing it with a wider potential customer base. Notably, maximizing the Strive's audience has been an open goal of ARC Systems ever since the game's launch. In June 2021, director and franchise creator Daisuke Ishiwatari told Famitsu that they censored the appearance of Ino and made the game's action. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember what we covered. What was the censorship? Oh, it's because she used to not have the shirt underneath the vest, right? Like the vest was perfectly covering the nips. That's why you can't rotate the goddamn camera normally, right? Like, okay. They censored the appearance of Ino and made the game's actual mechanics less demanding in order to make the game more accessible to more people. Mistake! Development costs are increasing, but the number of users is decreasing. Yeah. Why do you think that is? We want to make the game, the Guilty Gear brand, known to as many people as possible so that they will play our games. Other attempts to widen the game's appeal have included the removal of references to nations and regions who are currently on the bad side of the Chinese government. Who could that be? As well as the gender swapping of previously established male characters to non-binary or transgender. Ishiwatari himself has also previously opined that if ARC Systems hopes to expand Strive's community to global tournaments, its content, quote, should not be in violation of global standards of compliance. ARC Systems' work is also are also focusing on global tournaments and making sure their games should not be in violation of global standards of compliance. So they want to do these like global tournaments, right? That's funny because best I've seen that they've been able to do so far is this other thing that I will be bringing.
Dude, she has a skull on her shoulder. Isn't that banned in China? That doesn't meet the global standards.
Do you know what Guilty Gear has done in terms of tournaments? See, they want to be in, compliance with the global standards, right? But instead, the only tournaments I've seen so far is the Guilty Gear tournament attempted to be put together a cis v trans exhibition match. Right? He said, proud that this thing he's been holding on to since March 25th is finally coming to light. I was at a Guilty Gear tournament a while ago, and they tried to put together a cis v trans exhibition match. Legitimately, not enough cis Guilty Gear players were available to make a team, and Team Cis had to borrow someone.
What?
Fuck?
I guess the only people that play Guilty Gear are people that are into trans is what is it? Bridget thing? That creature?
So if you wondered why they bent over backwards, there you go. That's why. Anyway, I'm glad to have finally gotten that close. That's only been sitting there for fucking ever. Holy shit. All right. This is the real reason the time travel guy didn't step in, right? Finally got that taken care of. All right, cool.
Well, the Lord works in mysterious ways.
Wow. Whoa. Wow. Is that drag queen? Is this Mario with drag queens and fleshlight faces?
Is that Duck a drag queen?
That duck got some dick sucking lips.
Is that a Kokeshi head?
Right. Games for Diversity exposed, pushing culturally divisive content in video games to children. Sweet Baby Connection uncovered. What? Can't believe it. It's no secret that the gaming industry has become inundated with companies that solely exist to push DEI and woke values to a new generation of gamers. We've seen this over and over again, from Sweet Baby Inc. to Black Girl Gamers and beyond. YouTubers, masters of the TDS, and Writing Raven have exposed one such company, a Dutch firm called Games for Diversity. Sounds like 4Kids Final Boss. For pushing a culturally divisive game featuring a magical drag displayed show. Called it. The real question is, do you defeat the snake duck mouth by fucking it? Because
When you say, hold up, you said the magical drag. I thought you were going to say dragon. So is it like a dragon?
Drag.
The drag in.
Magical drag. So, like, is it like you're a guy, but when you get the armor power up, you're like, I'm a woman now, honey? like
No, it's like your pee-pee gets longer the more powered up you are.
Ugh. That's not very
Games for
trans.
Diversity describes itself on its official website as a company that seeks to improve, quote, the representation of socio-cultural minorities in games by organizing events. And then goes on to explain how this is done. Quote, by organizing events nationally and internationally, we facilitate a dialogue between game developers and players to stimulate them to create more diverse games and characters. Additionally, we boost the visibility of minority game developers themselves because we strive for a diverse and colorful game industry. The company connects developers with gamers to create DEI-centric games that push very specific narratives pertaining to gender, pride values, immigration, and more. Thanks, I hate it. The company holds game jams in which developers and gamers come together to compare thoughts and ideas before ultimately developing a game. In a recent video on the Gothic Therapy YouTube channel, Master of the TDS and Writing Raven showed clips that Games for Diversity released from a jam in which the developer helped a drag performer who goes by Amanda Sparks create a side-scroller mobile cartoon adventure called Amanda Sparks and the Shade Forest. The game is described in its write-up on Kotaku, of course, as a fabulous, free, and fun 90s-inspired platform game for Android, iOS, and PC. The players take on the role of a drag enthusiast, Amanda Sparks, to survive the Shade Forest and rescue her friend from the evil hands of the Hypocritics gang. Okay. Despite being advertised for Android and iOS, the game doesn't appear to currently be available for either platform. It can, however, still be downloaded for free on PC. What in the fuck? What is this? Why?
You'd have to pay me to play this.
With the power of her kisses, the fierce Amanda must defeat enemies, save Go-Go Boys, drag, and collect money to become even stronger. Is that what makes you stronger? The official write-up says, quote, all while keeping her hair and makeup intact. If she's ever going to fight her enemies, might as well look nice while doing that. So is it like Ghosts and Goblins where the more you get hit, the more it's revealed you're actually just a dude? Like, oh, my wig. Oh, my fake boobs. Like, oh, my penis fell out. Despite the subject matter, the game isn't listed as being for a mature audience and downloads are not restricted by age. This means a percentage of the game's target audience is children. In the game, kids can take on a role of the drag performer to kiss enemies and turn them into cash. Don't like that.
So you're a hooker?
Yeah, their goal is to rescue large men in their underwear. But it gets worse. The game also features the ability to purchase unlicensed outfits. Is that? Oh, God.
Not
That
Sonic.
is
not
Sonichu
Pikachu.
and Mario.
Yeah, for a second, my brain combined them. I'm like, is that Sonichu? No, it's not. The game also features the ability to purchase unlicensed outfits inspired by children's characters like Mario, Pikachu, and Sonic the Hedgehog. Again, attempting to reach a younger, minor demographic by offering familiar costumes. Oof.
And I'm like, if there was anything to get you a instant cease and desist, once Nintendo sees that you got Mario in there, I think they're gonna be serving you quite quickly.
That's not Mario. See the A?
Yeah. Mario does
That's
it
Amanda
worse.
Sparks, dressed up as
I
a
don't-
fucking plumber, inspired by Mickey Mouse, possibly.
Yeah, I don't
With a
think
red hat.
Nintendo. I don't think Nintendo cares about the technicality of an A versus an M.
Mm.
I think the court would.
The court might. Nintendo won't.
The boss battles in the game feature thinly veiled social commentary like the Bully Bull, which appears to be a monstrous take on a normal man. The player can then bitch slap the boss with a special move. That's a bull, huh? As seen in the image below, the expletive is censored in the game, likely to avoid a mature rating, which would prevent the developer from marketing the title to children.
Batch slapped. Yeah.
Take this, cock. Master of the TDS then points out that the official press page for Games for Diversity, that on the official press page for Games for Diversity, there's a write-up in which company chairman Menno Dean is highlighted and praised as a game changer by GameIndustry.biz. This is a company that at one point employed Sweet Baby Inc. co-founder and CEO Kim Belair. It's also run by the Powell Group, a company that recently entered into a partnership with Sweet Baby Inc., then deleted all mention of the narrative consulting firm from their website and LinkedIn when called out on it. In other words, the words of a DEI game companies, the world of DEI game companies is a lot smaller than we might think, and there always seems to be some connection to Sweet Baby Inc. and Kim Belair whenever this happens. I wonder if there's any connection to that, Master of the TDS said sarcastically to the end of the Gothic Therapy video. I don't know. In a conversation with that Park Place, Master of the TDS expanded on the thought, quote, evidence points to Sweet Baby Inc. more often than not. And for such a small, insignificant company that doesn't do what we think it does, it's odd how they keep turning up. Yeah, that is interesting, huh? Wow. That definitely isn't something I regret reading. New comments. Nice. Oh, yeah. Best viewers. Can't wait to spend money on that for sure. Good thing I don't get any super chats to waste my money on those. Concord would have thrived 4 years ago when people like RGE were being called buzzkills for not consuming Western. I doubt it, man. I really doubt. 4 years ago. I don't even think COVID could have saved that game. Like, oh, I'm so bored. There's nothing to do. Oh, let's play that $40 game Concord. No, I don't think so, man. No Homo Academy.
Fortnite, that's free.
Netflix always suck since they censor and or remove content anytime. Stop feeding the machine.
Have we covered
I don't remember where Netflix came up, but whatever. Skullgirls, Neptunia Sisters vs. Sisters, Alan Wake, and now Strive. We would be allowed extended returns every time content is removed. Yes, should be allowed. If customers charge back, will censorship become brand unsafe for Visa? I like that idea. There's a nude Chun-Li in the middle of a tournament. Is that globally friendly? I thought it was pretty good. LOL, playing Guilty Gear is trans affirming care. Ban Guilty Gear for minors. Yep. I don't think even uncensored this would still get a T rate. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so either. I don't think anybody gives a fuck. It's a goddamn, like, it's not like the game has been officially released in any capacity. It's just available online to play. Probably built in like Flash. I don't know. Anyway, probably not Flash. All right. Is GTA 6 woke? DEI employee certifications highlight the quiet shift threatening Rockstar. When did GTA 5 come out? Like 2012?
Roughly.
Yes, I
13?
think so.
Yeah.
It's been 84 years.
I haven't
Yeah.
played any of the GTA games.
So I really feel like time makes all things woke. Like, look,
Time wokens all wounds.
let me put it this way.
Opens all wounds, I guess. you could say.
2014,
When I-
November 2014.
When I first
No,
graduated,
September 2013. 2013.
I interned at this place that made mobile games for a couple weeks. I didn't stick around. It was an unpaid internship, and quite frankly, I wasn't doing anything worth, learning. So, but my buddy, who brought me in, takes me into the break room to have my job interview. Goes to the fridge, grabs a beer, puts it on the edge of the counter, and pops off the thing and starts drinking it during the interview. That is something you can only do at a small business. There is a certain point to which HR gets invented, and then everything ceases to be fun at a business. And at that point, DEI starts making its way in, right? And so, is GTA 6 woke? Well, considering the amount of censorship in the re-releases of GTA 3, Vice City, and San Andreas, yes.
And 5.
Yeah, and 5. Yeah.
They got rid of
100%.
those action figures.
Was that from 5?
Yeah.
I thought that was from 4. I can't remember. Haven't gotten to that point. Don't care. Mad. Angry as fuck about it. So yeah. No, I think the chances are pretty good that it's going to be dog shit woke. Yeah. The fall from grace. Now, granted, hilariously, the president of Rockstar or whatever, the director of Grand Theft Auto, said, I can say with full certainty that Grand Theft Auto 6 will not be released during a Trump presidency. Lo and behold, it looks like it now will be. And I find it funny because if you're smart, now look, Ubisoft has tried and failed to correct course with Assassin's Creed, right? GTA might be, it's probably going to be the greatest selling game in history, right? Well, maybe not in history, but it's probably going to be one of the greatest selling games of modern consoles, right? Like, whereas, for example, the greatest selling game in history, Tetris, was only recently supplanted by Minecraft, right? Like, like it's a tall bar, right? But the point is that Grand Theft Auto 6 is almost certainly going to sell very, very fucking well.
Probably the top selling game of the decade.
Yeah. Now look, if you put wokeness in the trailer, you can kiss all that goodbye.
Yeah,
all of
not gonna
it.
do that.
Gone. That easy. How many games have we seen just this fucking year for which the trailer immediately conveyed to you, I don't need this. Nah, I'll skip. Don't want it. What's that over there? Stellar Blade? What's that over there? Black Myth Wukong? What's that over there? Plenty of other games worth getting. Right? So, if you were the head of Rockstar and you watched the year gaming has had this year, and you watched the election and the popular vote mandate this year, it would be worth millions of dollars to retroactively go in and gut any trans character, any woke bullshit. Look, you can have gay characters in Grand Theft Auto as long as they're the butt of the joke. No, we've already had like plenty of gay characters in Grand Theft Auto. We had the Ballad of Gay Tony. Like, you can tastefully include these things. Nobody got mad when CJ was a black protagonist in Grand Theft Auto, quite frankly, we all expected eventually that we would get proper representation for the criminal underworld. But the only downside, the only thing I remember hearing people complain about when San Andreas came out was that for the first time in Grand Theft Auto, you can swim and you play as a black guy. But I just think it would be worth it if you were the Rockstar CEO, even if it was $100 million to correct course on your game, because trying to salvage the dog shit that Assassin's Creed Shadows is, it's not going to happen. Like, just fucking release the game and let it fail, because otherwise you're just going to increase how much it's going to fail by.
Well,
right?
the problem is like because people are expecting companies to be woke because of past evidence, like them removing all the trans action figure stuff from GTA 5 and all that stuff. We're now all expecting it. So now when you make some random character gay, now it's not, oh, okay, it's just some gay guy. It's, oh, well, he's gay because they're woke, right? Now if you make the main character black female character, it's not, oh, okay, well, we're just playing as black female character now. It's, oh, they did this because it's woke, right? So, like, basically anything they do, it's going to be seen that way, because as a company, they've lost the trust. They no longer have that trust. And like, the only way they're going to bring back that trust at this point is to make a completely anti-woke game. Like, do a South Park level.
Yeah.
We don't give a shit. And we're going to prove it. We don't care if we get quote unquote canceled. Like,
because we're still gonna be the biggest game ever.
Okay.
Make some trans jokes or do something to prove that they're not being woke. And then maybe it'll be okay to go in, or otherwise go straight down the line and just avoid all of that, right? Because like we were talking earlier about the next James Bond and how they're considering making James Bond black, and like back in 2010 or whenever Daniel Craig came in, like if they didn't do Daniel Craig,
like if they had done Idris Elba back then without ever making it a big thing about like the next James Bond should be black, I said with my virtue signaling spew coming out.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. It would have been fine. Everyone would have been like, okay, the new guy's black, cool.
Yeah.
But now if they do it, especially after the last movie where they made the girl thing and like, excuse me. Now if they do it, now it's like, whoa, well, they're woke, right? So
I mean,
if they
had a different 00, not James Bond, and had the franchise to take that turn, like not the whitewash him, like how Sean Bean was 006, have it like 008 or 009, whatever. Someone who is not James Bond 007.
It's like how they did with Jeremy Renner in the Bourne series, where he's not Jason Bourne, right?
He's just another person from the.
He's a different guy. I never watched it.
So yeah.
I do want to address it. Like I think you've really hit the nail on the head, Randy. So I'm sure you guys have seen this, right? This image here.
Yeah.
The idea is that this is a statement for which, depending on where the emphasis is, the context of the sentence changes. So the sentence is, I never said she stole my money. The emphasis can be put on I never said she stole my money. 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 I never said she stole my money, right? Like, depending on where the emphasis is, it changes the context of the sentence. I feel like what you described where you could put gay characters into Grand Theft Auto before, but now, even if you release the game, let's just say, hypothetically speaking, that Rockstar was on shit tons of cocaine when they made Grand Theft Auto 5, and they actually just made 2 full-on games. But they waited 10 years to release 6. But everything was done at the same time as 5. You could not release it today without us being hyper skeptical of any instance where a character was gay or just any number of things like that. We are overtly sensitive to the injection of DEI and things like that into media, to the point now where we are rejecting it regardless of whether or not there's valid reason for it to be there. And I feel like what it's done effectively is it's put the emphasis in sort of taking it back to this image here. It's put the emphasis onto black, gay, right? So whatever that is, that now gets an increased emphasis on your perception of the media, to the point now where it's impossible to perceive it otherwise from the thing. Like, for example, when we did last podcast, we talked about the Steam, the threats against Valve and Steam, right? And behind the scenes, Randy was convinced, and quite frankly, so was I, that the senator threatening Gabe Newell was a Republican. And we were both shocked to learn that it was a Democrat. Because historically speaking, any sort of video games cause this, video games cause that, has always been a religious right censorship issue. And yet now, to our shock, that's not what was happening. Right? That requires an ounce of recalibration that, quite frankly, I just think we have now been sucked into a mode of perception on media that will take quite some time to undo. Right? Like, can you make a main character who's lost a limb? Yeah, sure. But can you in the next 20 years? No, probably not. No.
It's like if your friend says fuck the government, you're like, yeah, fuck the government. But then if Osama bin Laden says fuck the government, you're like, no, fuck you. Right? Context matters.
Well, I
And
guess
right now,
that's another way to put it. You know, like when you say when you badmouth North Korea, you know, for the vast majority, people are not talking bad about the people of North Korea. They're talking bad about the oppressive authoritarian regime of North Korea. When you talk bad about China, you're not talking bad about the general person who lives in China. You're talking about the oppressive authoritarian tactics of the government of China. Right? And yeah, I don't know quite how to articulate this, but I really feel like what you said before about, like, even though the previous games had gay characters and they had gay jokes and they, you know, kind of punched below the belt, so to speak, they did so in a way that did not feel sanitized or politically correct. I don't know how to describe it, but now it's like every joke is impossible to perceive the way it needs to be for you to experience the media as something other than a sanitized, socially approved version of itself, you know? So anyway, let's find out. Is GTA 6 woke? certain changes at Rockstar are giving gamers anxiety regarding the future of the long-running franchise. Look, the fact that it's been over a decade, like that alone is reason enough to be worried about this. Like, if the game had come out 8 years ago, even 7 years ago, I'd be like, yeah, probably a pretty solid game still. But I don't know, man. I really don't think. I don't know. Not to mention the fact that they've stayed afloat on Grand Theft Auto Online for a bit too long for me to feel like the actual core of Grand Theft Auto has ever had any chance of recovering. Because quite frankly, I fell in love with Grand Theft Auto 3. Grand Theft Auto Vice City is fucking great. San Andreas is awesome. The PSP ones, Vice City Stories and Liberty City Stories, are goddamn incredible. GTA 4 is a downgrade. It takes the franchise in a direction that I don't think improved the fun. Realism did not make the game more fun. You know what I mean? And 5, I don't even like driving it anymore. Right? Like the only upside to 5 is they have like who is what's his name? Franklin? Is that his name?
Yeah.
Franklin, black guy.
The guy with the yee ass haircut has the ability to like slow down time while driving. That's the only thing that makes driving tolerable, and it's still hard as shit and not fun. So anyway, yeah, I think that we've gotten too far away, and they've gotten drunk off the fact that the online part of the game is where they're making their money, and it's easy money, and it's like the audience or the customer is creating all the fun amongst each other, and you just have to not get in their way for the most part.
Yeah.
So GTA 5 was released in 2013, not 2014, and sold like hot cocoa.
He did come back and correct that.
On a cold day, a cold winter day at the North Pole. It's no surprising that everyone and their mother is eagerly awaiting GTA 6. The wait has been long, 12 years and counting. Math doesn't add up. 11 years and counting. And we still don't have the game in our hands. However, in 2023, Rockstar released the first GTA 6 trailer, and it was nothing short of stunning. Yet, as quickly as the excitement for the trailer spread, concerns began to surface. Honestly, I feel like excitement was there, and then it just fell off a cliff. Nothing else happened. Like, the trailer needed to come with like a release date or like, something else. What's up?
A window.
Yes, right?
But was the trailer stunning and brave?
These graphics do look pretty damn good compared to 5, right? So anyway, they say one of the most notable shifts in GTA 6 is that it will introduce the series' first female protagonist. While every previous entry featured male protagonists, GTA 6 will include both a female and male lead. This dual protagonist setup, however, has not fully alleviated the skepticism that some fans feel about the game. To be clear, criticizing the game solely because it includes a female protagonist isn't a valid argument. Rockstar has a stellar track record of delivering exceptional stories and well-written characters. From Arthur Morgan in Red Dead Redemption 2 to the chaotic yet compelling trio of Trevor, Michael, and Franklin in GTA 5, Rockstar has consistently excelled at crafting characters that resonate with players. If the only concern is the inclusion of a female lead, that alone should not warrant criticism. In fact, the idea of a female protagonist in GTA series isn't new. Back in 2011, 2012, Dan Houser, Rockstar co-founder and writer, said he was asked if the series ever feature female leaders. It was clear. If the story called for it, then absolutely. Blah, blah, blah. It's even speculated before departure in Rockstar in 2020. Houser had completed or was close to completing a treatment for GTA 6. Reportedly, the game was to draw inspiration from a Bonnie and Clyde style story influenced by Warren Beatty's Bonnie and Clyde and Tony Scott's True Romance. If that's the case, Houser himself endorsed the idea of telling a compelling story that could work with a female protagonist. That should put this concern to rest, right? And yet, there's another underlying issue here, one that points to a deeper worry about the future of Rockstar games. If you've been paying close attention, you might have already noticed the first real concern. Dan Houser left Rockstar in 2020. The departure of key creatives. So in 2023, Michael Unsworth, another veteran writer and key creative behind GTA 4, GTA 5, and Red Dead Redemption 2, also left the company. Why do these departures happen? What's going on at Rockstar? To this day, no one really knows. Hauser, notoriously private and media shy, has remained silent on the matter, and Unsworth's exit only adds the uncertainty. The real question is, did they leave of their own accord, or were they fired for no longer being PC enough? Having seen many other companies lose senior talent or founding creators, I know how often this spells trouble for their future projects. When the key people behind a studio's greatest successors are no longer involved, it raises valid concerns about the quality of their upcoming titles. In fact, the skepticism many gamers now feel about GTA 6 may not be entirely unwarranted, not because of the inclusion of a female protagonist, but because several of the individuals who helped helm Rockstar's best games are no longer part of the company. The changing landscape of beloved franchises. It's also important to acknowledge a broader trend that has fueled these concerns. Many gamers feel that the sequels to beloved franchises, previously renowned for strong storytelling and memorable characters, have been increasingly replaced with lackluster writing and poorly conceived protagonists. Hence, why so many are asking, is GTA 6 woke? This sentiment, often described as the replacement of strong male characters with so-called female Mary Sues, is not limited to gaming. Similar criticisms have been levied at films and TV shows. While I don't blame or judge those who feel this way, it's crucial that this fear doesn't blind us to nuance. Okay. How long is this going to be? Holy fuck. No way. No. Okay. So I've got an answer to whether or not I actually don't care at all if GTA 6 got woke, because I got something to show you guys. You ready for this? Here, let me show you something else. You tell me if you would play this game.
Wake up, sleepyhead. The wildest city's coming right up.
What are you waiting for? Let me know, kimi no now. Countdown, get it on, turn it on, kiss no seki wo now. Amai yoru ga kaketa mahou wa black hole no hate now. Suikommarete, tokete, mazete, seigen no teke now.
Dangers on the horizon. But you know, the thing that keeps us united, that one thing.
Get home early and game on.
Okay, the music kind of sucks. I'll give it that. And I don't know what that was. But
Footnum, what the fuck are we gonna do? We're already addicted to too many damn fucking gotcha games.
Yeah, Gotcha Theft Auto, also called Ananta, right?
Well, did you pay attention to what the actual gameplay is going to be? It's going to be like Zenless Zone Cancer.
Yeah.
It's not going to be this open world. You have all this freedom, and you're going to have all these micro options of events that could happen. Of like, oh, what if I throw a grenade at this car in public, and then the cops come, and then blah blah blah. Like it's gonna be some weird on rails. Like
yeah, I
small
do agree with
section.
that. There's probably going to be some degree of scripted, like, within what looks like a sprawling metropolis.
Like this
you're
is gonna
a
have
couple
to
of-
work on a mobile device.
I just don't think
probably.
that you're gonna randomly throw a grenade at a car and like, oh, chainsaw car, right? Like, I just don't see that being.
I also just don't like the quote unquote aesthetics of the Zenless Zone. Like they're just ramming random crap in it. Like it looks fine. It looked fine for the first like 30 seconds, minute, and then they introduced the like, oh, wacky, colorful alien, whatever stuff.
It reminds me
technology.
of
That is the boss, by the way. That is
yeah.
the boss. That car is definitely going to be a boss that we're gonna have to farm for some of these fucking materials.
Also, the
reminds
random
me-
like your Spider-Man thing.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
I was gonna say
obviously
it
that's-
reminds me of Pal World. The way Pal World is like a ripoff of Pokemon. It's like, oh, what's all the part that people have enjoyed about gaming? Oh, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater and Spider-Man, right?
Yeah.
Rock Band.
So I'm definitely gonna, if I do play this game, I'm definitely gonna zoom in on the part where she's exercising and doing the squats. On the,
Okay, achievement unlocked.
I need to. Have
Watch-
we expected
they
anything
just said,
less
watch
from
this
me?
type it up. I just put it like a stop sign or something.
I'm willing to give
No,
the game a
no,
try.
they'll censor
but
it by
it-
just not drawing it like Guilty Gear.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be only from that front view, locked on.
So
Right.
Mark
It is
Kern
hilarious
says,
though that this exists.
"Which way, Western gamer?"
Hmm.
Hmm.
Like, is that the same composition? Oh no, there's 3 people in the front left.
Anyway,
But there's no way this is gonna come close to a GTA replacement or whatever.
yeah.
Did GTA have underboob?
Checkmate, Footnum.
It probably does, but
That's
not
the point,
underboob
though.
or
It doesn't
thick.
have underboob. This is the
Those-
underboob game. It's not a GTA. Just like
Those
Pal World,
definitely-
even though it's it's got elements of Pokemon. You don't
Hold
have
up.
like your scripted like, oh, I gotta go to the 8 gym leaders, or whatever.
Those definitely look posable to me.
Yeah. So GTA had underboob if you count Candy Sucks, the porn star.
But was she playing volleyball?
I don't
Doesn't
think,
GTA have full boob?
I don't think she's playing volleyball.
Another thing you have to consider is GTA, not GTA Line, but GTA doesn't require you to be constantly connected to the internet. And then, when the server shut down in like 15 years, bye game.
Yeah, Reese, I'm pretty certain that God damn it. This isn't considered volleyball.
Jesus.
Damn, got me. That's better for sure. Yep. Checkmate. on me.
Anyway, so this game exists. Sorry, I read far too much of that previous article just to get you to this point, but you're very welcome that the time traveler did in fact telecommunicate to me to fucking stop reading and get on with it. So anyway, moving past this now. In other good news, the Soul Reaver remaster decided to undo the controversial change to the statue where it became a man. The question is, why? Why did you do it in the first place?
So it was possible the whole time?
God, imagine that.
Man.
While fans were overjoyed to hear Soul Reaver 1 and 2 are getting a remastered, a controversial change to the game had some fans upset. That change, seen above, altered the appearance of an in-game glyph statue to one that fans said looked a lot less feminine, androgynous even. Fans will likely be overjoyed to find out this change has been undone and the statue has been made to look more like the original games. News confirmed by Raina Audron, director of the remasters. The statues that has caused so many complaints among certain compartments of this fandom that has been reworked. the statue that has caused so many complaints among certain compartments of the fandom that has been reworked. Oh, weird.
There's no nipples.
I think that would be the thing that's stressed for that to make sense, unless it's out of
That has
context,
been
but-
reworked. Okay. As you get with trailers these days, it was indeed a work in progress. No. No. Mm-mm. No. And things will continue to be worked on. Here's a look at the newly reworked face. I mean, the face is definitely better. Even though Rhina doesn't appear in the majority of the video recapping everything shown for the remasters thus far, she does make an appearance at the end to deliver a special message to fans of her YouTube channel. Before working at Aspire Media on the Tomb Raider 1-3 remaster collection as an environmental artist, Audryn ran a fan website and the aforementioned YouTube channel dedicated to the Legacy of Kain series. More recently, Audryn has been giving fans a behind-the-scenes look at both Soul Reaver remasters.
Jesus.
Sorry, I was just thinking about the fact that it was like leaking out the bottom earlier, and I stuck it on a plastic bag. But then I thought to myself, "Oh shit, I got a trash can right here. Let me just throw that shit away." Anyway, all right. Wow, there you go. There's the news. Great, batting a million tonight.
Well, real quick, there's a comment.
Oh yeah,
GTA runs on mobile, so I know that could be legit. What I'm saying is that it runs on mobile. It needs to run on mobile, so it's gonna like compared to the new GTA coming out, it's gonna look like dog's dick, like, or more specifically, like with Genshin and stuff, the animations are nerfed.
Lady Phoenix says that looks like an anime version of Free City from the movie Free Guy. Yeah, kind of.
But yeah, I'm not saying like, oh, they can't make a full GTA experience as much as it's like they're just going to be nerfed because they have to hold back for mobile purposes. And then Pal World is an actual game, which is true.
Mm-hmm.
But Pal World has gym leaders. I think basically what I mean by that is like there's no... It feels like you just randomly go to a tower and then it's like, haha, I'm a human character. Otherwise, you just go out into the wild aimlessly and explore. There's not like, oh, you go to a city and then it's like, oh, you have to unlock the next gym badge to get cut or something. I mean, I didn't beat Pal World or whatever, so maybe I'm wrong. I don't think that's the case, though. You just aimlessly go around exploring and then suddenly, there's a gym leader in the tower.
Honestly, like GTA 5 alone, without the online, like just alone.
How dare they remove Candy Sucks?
Wow.
There's an entire mission. There's like an entire island in Vice City where they shoot porn. Like you have to escort Candy. Like literally, it's an escort mission.
GTA 5 sold like 1 billion copies or $1 billion worth revenue. I don't remember which.
That's
okay.
not hard for a game.
Yes, it is.
Day one.
Day one.
You missed adding that part.
That's because you interrupted me.
You should start with day one.
AC interrupted me by leaving, actually. But
I'm sorry. I didn't mean.
Oh, your fault.
Hold on. I just want to show this off. No.
Yeah, yes. I was looking at that.
You finally changed your background.
Look it up there, right there.
Shove it up your ass.
How about
the chimney?
How about you put some posable boobs on your backdrop?
On my what?
On your backdrop. I need some boobs that are like up, down, B.
Yeah, replace the trees with some double D's.
There.
Why don't you just put them on your avatar? Just Spider-Man.
Yeah. You put those.
There's also these.
You put those Christmas trees on your boobs, young man.
It can't.
They're behind me. Stuck behind me.
Show some real web series.
Sorry, what was your point? You were saying that you got cut off and are probably
The-
gonna forget.
The GTA as just GTA 5, but like as a franchise, even worse so, or even more so, has made so much goddamn money.
Mhm.
Like you would think that someone in the 10-year gap of no GTA 5 or no GTA 6
They would
would
run
have
out.
just come out with a GTA clone.
Yeah, it wasn't that called.
They
Saints
did.
Row?
Yeah.
Wasn't that called worst game ever?
Well, Saints Row was like super. We don't count Saints Row, okay? That's
You don't
a
talk
good
about
game.
Saints Row, it's
Come out with a
sad.
good game,
It's
okay?
called Ananta. What?
But Ananta is going to be an online
Wait a second.
forever gotcha game. Like, don't.
I
do
know
that.
this obviously isn't what you're gonna consider a GTA game, but I find Cyberpunk relatively similar.
Yes, Cyberpunk
Good
was,
point.
and Cyberpunk sold really well.
It
There you
shouldn't
go.
have. From what I hear, it sucked.
Initially, it
think
did.
it's
I think
bad.
my understanding is that they have fixed it greatly, especially with
thing.
the expansion.
I was not like my brother who got so hyped and watched every like second of every release, whatever trailer hype thing. So I went in blind and I had a good time. So
yeah,
I
well,
don't know.
I mean, when did you buy? You didn't buy it release day though, right?
My brother did, and I used the DRM free copy release day.
Oh, nice. Well, I mean, people also, depending on if you're playing on console or whatever, people had different problems. But regardless, so yes, dudes,
Lego City Undercover was a GTA clone.
Lego City Undercover,
What-
fair enough.
what we're doing
Correction.
is
Correction. Rebecca saved Cyberpunk.
So, but my point is, do it with anime.
Hold on, 2 seconds.
My-
AC, what we
You keep interrupting me, and you
I
then
said,
you're
hold
like,
on
why
1
do you
second.
get your whole? Why do you get your
Hold
whole
on 3
point out? It's
seconds.
'cause you keep interrupting me.
AC,
My
check
whole
the
point
fire
is,
chat.
All right, cool.
my whole point
Wow,
was,
that-
do it with an anime character game. Like exactly like and whatever that trailer was, but I mean, give it a better name because that name sucks. But make it offline, like an offline game. You can maybe add online later on, whatever, I don't know. But just stick to the simples for now. Offline GTA clone with anime. M-rated. Full
And
boobs.
titties.
AO.
Let's go.
AO even better.
With posable boobs.
The annoying thing is, like,
We call it the
if
full
I-
penetration edition.
did GTA 5 have full boobs? I'm pretty sure it did.
You know what I'm trying to think of that I'm struggling to think of? Have I ever played an anime style game that has full boobs in it?
That's what I was gonna say. I feel like if they did make an anime style game with full boobs, they would not let it through the ESRB. Like they would
Like,
be
you have to-
harder on the
You
anime
can
game.
only see anime boobs in actual anime.
Interspecies the anime game.
GTA.
Interspecies reviews the game. That's what I missed.
I have found on YouTube fully nude stripper GTA 5 PC. There's quite a
Non-mod?
lot of these. Oh, one of them's on Pornhub. All right. Anyway,
The Cool 2T confirms
Yeah,
that GTA needed
GTA
babies
5
on
needed a
screen.
baby on screen. Yeah, topless strippers. Look, here's the problem though.
That's what I remembered, but I mean, I wasn't spending all day
Look,
in
man,
those.
You
The
can
Goon
put
Club.
as much as you want into the jiggle physics. Games like GTA, the nudity is never something where you're like, well, all right then. It's always been like, well, I don't know what I expected. Like, this is disappointing.
It's not enough to get your blood pumping.
It's just enough to get you deeply dissatisfied with your life. All right. In other news, a new update to Riot Games Terms of Service gives League of Legends dev the right to respond to players' off-platform conduct with penalties in-game.
Jesus Christ.
So I have to say, we haven't really covered it yet. There's just been too much going on. But there's been some instances recently of Asmongold commenting, or Mark Kern, for example, commenting about certain games. And the developers of those games being like, hey, well, since he likes it, I hope the game fails now. Right? Like, it's like, so I just feel like if you hate Asmongold, could you just be looking for a way to identify his playable character in the game, like the character that he's playing in the game, and just make the game unfun for people you hate? Is that the goal here with terms of service changes like this?
That's why you use a different name and address for every game you play.
Yeah, but see, if you're a streamer, they're going to see when you're playing. They'll figure it out, right? That's the point. So another day, another step closer to blanket internet authoritarianism, this time as League of Legends developer Riot Games has updated their terms of service to allow them the right to issue in-game penalties to players who engage in harmful off-platform behavior while using any of the company's video game services. So, like, for example, if you're driving through Ottawa City and no, never mind. As detailed in a November 26th blog post published to the developer's official website, this change, one of 4 recently made to said user agreement in service of evolving the games and the content ecosystem to make the best possible experience for our players and creators, clarifies that off-platform conduct and behavior connected to our IP is now subject to our terms of service. So are they saying, like, it has to be related to the game? Like, for example, if you you made Overwatch porn featuring characters from League of Legends, is that what they mean? Like, they give you a gold star in the game when you do that? Because let's be real, that's the only thing keeping Overwatch. Our intention with this update is to help protect players from harmful behaviors they can experience across the various places that touch their gaming experience. The fuck is that? The fuck am I? What? Is there a purple creature with a big long tongue in League of Legends, or is that a racist stereotype?
It looks like a seal.
I think you're looking at the wrong thing. That is a licky tongue.
Zoom it in.
Yeah. Okay, whatever. Not sure what they're looking at that they're getting all hot and bothered about, because this girl ain't shit. She doesn't have the posable boobs of this cop lady. Anyway, our intention with this update is to help protect players from harmful behaviors they can experience across the various places that touch their gaming experience. The update applies very specifically and only to content where Riot's games are the background of the content produced. Though we aren't going to proactively monitor everything that happens across social media, it is now within our rights to issue penalties in-game when that content is brought to our attention. As an example, if a creator uses hateful slurs about an opposing player or teammate on their stream, but not in-game over chat or voice comms, we can still issue a penalty as if that behavior occurred in-game. That sounds like a can of worms I fucking wouldn't want to open.
Listen, guys, we got to make sure that we make our slurs loving, okay? When we're using them from now on.
It didn't stand a
No,
chance. Germany made
Hitler's my
staggering progress
friend.
with
He
huge
wouldn't
encircling
do
movements
that.
capturing-
Remember I was telling you about context means everything?
The emphasis was on friend, okay?
If your friend says the government sucks, but if that friend is Hitler,
TLDR, if you say or do things that break our terms of service while broadcasting or creating content about our games, we can restrict access to your Riot accounts and suspend your partner privileges if you are part of our partner program. Reese, the thing in the private chat, I'm pretty sure we already covered it.
We covered it, but not the listing. The listing just went up.
Pretty sure we already covered it. Okay.
We never showed the actual listing.
Okay, I'll trust you. Notably, though, the update only specifically mentions that this new penalty potential applies to content about our games, including League of Legends, Legends of Runeterra, never heard of it, Valorant, and the upcoming game 2XKO, terrible name. It is currently assumed that it is also in effect for any and all content related to Riot Games' wider catalog of media, such as the Netflix series Arcane, or the various albums released by the in-game bands Pentakill and KDA. So,
Pentakill.
So, if do you think they're going to apply a blanket like penalty to the Chinese players over the fact that China censored Arcane?
China owns Riot now, right? I'm pretty sure Tencent owns.
They own Tencent owns Riot, I think is what you meant to say.
Yes, which is China owning them.
Yes. Alongside this new off-platform penalty rule, Riot Games' recent TOS update also introduces clauses stating that, quote, content that promotes breaking our terms of service, specifically sponsorships for and content around boosting services and buying/selling accounts is now subject to penalty. Stream sniping is explicitly against our rules, and players who do so may be penalized. And, quote, for the rare occasion a serious egregious violation occurs, we're now including Riot-wide bans in our penalty system. Ban me, bitch. In an acknowledgement of the fact that some of these updates may require creators to rethink their existing content strategy and content partners, rather than begin enforcing their new rules immediately, Riot Games is giving creators until January 3rd, 2025 to adjust their content to adhere to these rules. Man, thank God. Can you imagine if I didn't have time to still not play their games? Fuck. Past that date, the company concluded their blog post, we can and may begin enforcing these across the entire creator community. Damn. Anyway, I don't know. Great. Sounds fantastic. Don't know. Can't wait to cover it.
Here, I'm going to address this one comment, then I'm going to get out of here because I'm dying. No.
This one, right?
Why are you dying?
Of sleep. That's what. No. Yes. Would GTA nudity get you pulled over in Canada? If it's only topless? No, because we can go topless in Canada.
What do you guys think?
Maybe it's cold outside. I think you need to Photoshop expand that image a little.
Yeah, I was thinking you need a different aspect ratio for that one.
All right. Take care, Footnum. Enjoy your sleep. Can my cashier get me banned from League for not being polite? Oh, yeah. Fuck. Now we're back to this layout. Damn it. Riot Games is trying to make gaming into a safe space. It's like having your mom next to you while you're gaming and she's ready to pull the plug at any time. Fuck. No. Shando. Anyway, I'm moving past this. Let's keep going. We're almost there. Oh fuck, man. Okay. Niantic uses Pokemon Go player data to build AI navigation system. So last week, Niantic announced plans to create an AI model for navigating the physical world using scans collected from players of its mobile games, such as Pokemon Go, and from users of its Scaniverse app, reports 404 Media. I just want to address this real quick. What? So Pokemon Go was a scam? Niantic is using all the data from Pokemon Go to build one of the largest models for navigation ever built? When they wanted location info, they would put a Pokemon in that location? So all the people who were hunting Pokemon were just working as geo navigators for free? And they were making money off of the items, like the Pokeballs, outfits, and all that. Am I the only one who didn't know this? Yes. Let me make this abundantly clear for everybody. When the product is free, it's because you are the product. When Facebook was free, when Facebook encouraged you to post selfies and tag yourself in your own and others of your friends' photos, what you were doing for them is you were helping them to develop the most advanced facial recognition system on the planet that has what you look like in various lighting conditions, shaved, unshaved, makeup on, makeup off, all sorts of different lighting, long hair, short hair.
Angles. Yeah.
I keep hearing a noise. And as soon as I go to investigate it, it just stops. What is that noise?
Niantic.
That's fucking weird. Anyway,
They've put noises in your room to trick you.
Yeah, I was gonna say they destroyed the player avatars after they got the data they needed. Yeah, they basically just want the game to end now, right? Make all the characters ugly until everybody leaves. All right. It's like I'm getting a phone call, but my phone is in my pocket and it ain't ringing. All right. All AI models require training data. So far, companies have collected data from websites, YouTube videos, books, audio sources, and more, but this is perhaps the first we've heard of AI trained data coming through a mobile gaming app. Fucker, stop. My monitor's doing that thing again where it cycles through all the settings non-stop. You bitch, stop it. Perfect. Okay. Over the past 5 years, Niantic has focused on building our visual positioning system, VPS, which uses a single image from a phone to determine its position and orientation using a 3D map built from people scanning interesting locations in our games and Scaniverse.
They literally have it so that when you go to a Pokestops, you get rewarded for like AR scanning the site, like doing 360 with your phone with the camera on. It's super creepy. I've done it once.
You still play it?
I did it 0 times.
I still play it.
Fuck this game.
But I mean that feature's been in it for a while.
Yeah.
But like just the idea of like seeing someone standing there with their phone, like scanning an area, that's so creepy. Yeah. Like I can't. I did it once when I was in a park by myself.
Yeah. I mean, because the game uses like LiDAR or whatever from your phone to like actually create a 3-dimensional, like, what do you call it, point cloud data of the environment, which is what they're using to build this shit, you know, to the point where eventually there's going to be like a near perfect replica of the Earth.
Well, I don't think that big of a deal because they're only getting you to scan the
like metropolitan
unless
areas.
There's also an AR like take a picture with your Pokemon thing.
Mm-hmm.
If they're saving all of that data, then maybe, but
well, see, and it's not going to be the photos, it's going to be the data your phone's camera is grabbing and sending off to them in the process of getting the fucking photo.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like when they scan the room so that you can place the Pokemon, if
the
they're
fact
saving
that was
data,
something you could turn off was their biggest mistake, because I turned that shit off the second it popped up. I was like, oh, that's gay. Turn that off. Right. And then I think the only time I ever saw people actually using that was in the first week the stupid game came out, and people were posting pictures of like Voltorbs like on a stripper's ass at a strip club, like, you know, shit like that. That was the only time that I ever saw people using that, and then it disappeared off the face of the earth, and they had to come up with another way to force you to go into AR mode, because everybody, you know, looked at it and said, "Yeah, this is fucking dumb," you know.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Hey, yeah, see the Pokemon in the right angle or whatever.
yeah, you know, like,
Couldn't just play with the phone with on literally
when the
sitting
phone
on
gets
the
down
table.
underneath the stripper's ass, all of a sudden the camera goes black and puts the little like warning sign up like Guilty Gear. All right, so it uses the single image in your phone, determines position and orientation. The company called
It
this
all
creation
makes sense now.
a large
In
geospatial model.
2016, Hillary Clinton said Pokemon go to the polls. She was in on it from day one.
It's true.
Should
Drawing
know.
parallels to large language models like the kind that powered ChatGPT, whereas language models process text, Niantic's model will process physical spaces using geolocated images collected through its app. You know what you really need is the people who are what are they, geoguessing or whatever they call it? Like you just need to train
Geocaching.
No, like but the people who do it like on TikTok where they just
somebody
like, submits them an image and they're like, yeah, that's probably Istanbul. Nailed it.
Yeah.
You know, the scale of Niantic's data collection reveals the company's sizable presence in the AR space. Yeah, they're practically the only ones doing it because it's fucking dumb. The model draws from over 10 million scan locations worldwide, with users capturing roughly 1 million new scans weekly through Pokemon Go and Scaniverse. These scans come from a pedestrian perspective, capturing areas inaccessible to cars and street view cameras. First-person scans. The company reports it has trained more than 50 million neural networks, each representing a specific location or viewing angle. These networks compress thousands of mapping images into digital representations of physical space. Together, they contain over 150 trillion parameters, adjustable values that keep the networks that help the networks recognize and understand locations. Multiple networks can contribute to mapping a single location, and Niantic plans to combine its knowledge into one comprehensive model that can understand any location, even from unfamiliar angles. Imagine yourself standing behind a church, Niantic wrote in his blog post. The closest local model has seen only the front entrance of that church, and thus it will not be able to tell you where you are. But on a global scale, we have seen thousands of churches captured by local models worldwide. No church is the same, but many share common characteristics. And LGM accesses that distributed knowledge. The technology builds on Niantic's existing Lightship visual positioning system, which lets users place virtual items in real-world locations with centimeter-level precision. Not when I played. A recent Pokemon Go feature called Pokemon Playgrounds demonstrates this capability, allowing users to leave Pokemon at specific spots for others to find. All right.
Why is there an executor on this toilet?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I feel like, why is Jinx surrounded by all these Machokes? Niantic suggests the technology could support augmented reality products, robotics, and autonomous systems, with additional applications in spatial planning, logistics, and remote collaboration. Did Niantic's millions of players have an idea their scans would be fed into an AI system? Judging from this Reddit thread reacting to the 404 Media article, it appears that many are not surprised. Definitely wasn't unwittingly, wrote one Redditor. Most of us knew their business model didn't revolve around supporting the actual players. No doubt the process was covered by Pokemon Go's data collection terms of service, but a larger reaction to this news will likely be a developing story. Wow, lame. They put super rare Pokemon on military bases. Yep, that's how I got to Area 51. All right. Moving past this. Okay. So, in release news, Soihiro Maruo's beautiful monster manga is getting an English release. Now, why should you give a shit? Why should you care about Soihiro Maruo? Okay, so the company describes the story as 16 short comics from Japan's master of erotic horror. Stories are from the 1981 to 1983, plus a story from 2000. This is Maruo Soihiro's first book translated in English in nearly 12 years. Maruo's Angura, an abbreviation for underground, Okay. Sure, maybe. Ended in there. Let's see. So Maruo. Bottom line is he's the one who made Mr. Arashi's Amazing Freak Show, which you might know by the other name Shoujo Tsubaki, the so-called banned anime, only ever released in France. Anyway, yeah. So if you're interested in that shit and you're a fucking like degenerate sicko, there you go.
What do you got? Are you gonna pre-order it?
No, maybe. I do have Shoujo Tsubaki and the live action Shoujo Tsubaki and the live action stage play Shoujo Tsubaki. So,
Watch Party 1. All right, so no, that one.
So this one,
Koyomi Monogatari,
and this one,
Slam Dunk, and then the one down middle of the second row.
I got that.
Place
I got
promise.
that. And I got this.
Just
Right?
those three.
Yeah, I got it. I know what I'm doing, son. All right. Yeah, 4K Slam Dunk. Cool. I'll definitely watch it in 4K if I had a 4K player.
You have a 4K player.
I mean,
Called the PlayStation
TV.
5, moron.
TV is what I meant to say. Thanks. Thanks for being patient with me. All right. Complete series of A Place Further Than the Universe.
This is a standard edition.
You're in the universe, dumbass. All right. And Kizumonogatari Koyomi Vamp. So not only do I have to collect the whole series, I now also have to collect the trilogy of movies re-edited into one goddamn movie. Is there a worse time to be an anime fan? Also, those boobs are definitely 45-degree angles right there.
Nice.
All right. We're good with that? Everybody good with that? Cool. Let's move on. So Reese tells me, I feel like we already looked at this, but Reese
we looked at the solicitation post that showed that this was going to be a thing, and we have not seen the listing because it just went up.
Walmart exclusive Psycho-Pass season 1 and 2 Blu-ray. There you have it.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
I've done this before with like My Hero Academia when they did theirs and
yes,
other stuff.
And reminder to everybody, you don't need the Walmart exclusives. They are shit. All right. Dan Koga, Super Beast, Machine God, gets a 40th anniversary Blu-ray box in March 2025. So we'll probably get a Blu-ray from Discotek. Oh, by the way, it comes with all of the OVA series are going to be included. Heavy Metal El Gaim anime gets a 40th anniversary Blu-ray box as well. So Heavy Metal El Gaim. Erugaimu. Yep.
Probably also going to be picked up by Discotek at some point.
Yeah, most likely. I think Discotek has released Dan Kuga before, right? On DVD. I want to say so.
Sounds familiar.
Anyway, also the Ghibli Park takes us behind the scenes of its making with a special movie release. So yeah, I guess you can buy this box set that definitely looks like the bootlegs that are all over eBay from Studio Ghibli. That has like a documentary of the making of the park. I'm guessing that's what that is. I don't care about the behind the scenes of the making of that bacon. I just want it in my mouth. Whoa. That looks better than when Miyazaki draws it. Anyway. All right. If you guys would like to support the OC podcast, you can shop at South Weeb. Actually, you can't. I'm told that it's broken. It is fully broken, and I should be ashamed.
Yeah. You add something to the cart, you can't check out.
Can't, huh?
Try and add a good check. I think there's no payment options.
Yeah, that is the problem, isn't it? Can't pay me. God damn it. Fuck. All right. Well, I've got to fix that. Okay. I think you can buy stuff from here, such as if you go to ocapodcast.com/store, you can go to get the Agloy shirt. Current year beauty standard. I don't know why it looks like shit in the print. It looks great on the actual shirt as shown.
You spelled claws wrong.
What?
Santa Claus is coming to town. You spelled Claus wrong.
Eh.
You spelled it as Claus.
I also spelled coming wrong. I don't know if you noticed that. All right. Thank you. You also have the back end access to the website and could change that at any moment.
I'm not signed in anymore, so I don't want to do it.
I probably have access to plenty of 4K TVs.
Samsung 35. Yeah. He already has 100 class.
Yeah. All right. So Nintendo is bringing real life Zelda Zonai device capsule toy machines to Japan. And I know or don't care or don't realize any of this stuff. Oh, so they're like in-game.
In game, they're basically capsule toys.
Fucking god damn it.
That's just like the perfect
They
thing.
put this in the game so that you'd be all hyped when they did put it in the real world. They're like, yeah, well, that's how we're gonna get them.
Like the Zonai device dispensers, it's like everything is random, so it's like, but you can find these devices like elsewhere too. But yeah,
a Metal Oopa. All right, anyway,
perfect idea for capsule toys.
All right, and Mirage is gone, but in his honor, new Teenage Mutant Turtle figures coming from Ling Ji-hoon. I mean, they look kind of cool, I guess. I don't like the mechanical arm one over here. That looks stupid. But other than that, it could be worse. Cool. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Great. Let's move on. Twins arrested for selling Kamen Rider helmet replicas.
Hmm.
Did it happen in Ottawa City?
Was one a paraplegic?
No, an amputee. Toei does not appreciate people using their copyrighted material without permission. While each of the 34 Kamen Rider entries since 1971 have their fans, the original Kamen Rider is still an icon. It's no wonder fans would want life-size replica helmets of the hero. Really? Because it looks like shit. Do you see this helmet? Ooh, I'm a bug. Right. Unfortunately, very few official replicas exist, so fans have resorted to unofficial replicas. And those unauthorized helmets have landed twin brothers in trouble with the law. According to the Daily Sports newspaper website, Toei contacted the Tsukiji Police Department on May 22nd to report the unauthorized use of their copyrights and to request legal action. The next day,
Why you always got to go to the cops?
The police arrested not one suspect, but twins. According to NHK, the suspects are Yoshikazu Nakatani and his twin brother, Hisakazu. What? But how old is Hisakazu? The two allegedly sold over 10 million yen, about 64,000 US dollars worth, of the Kamen Rider helmets. NHK also noted that the twins sold unofficial replica masks of Ultraman. How dare they? The brothers admitted to the sale of the masks on auction sites, saying, quote, because we wanted to cover living expenses, we sold over 100 masks.
They made $65,000 on 100 masks.
I think they're lying.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what are they, like $640 each? Come on, man. While there is a video embedded on the NHK report, they did not make it available on YouTube. Thankfully, the NTV YouTube channel posted a short episode. Yeah, thankfully. Toei released a statement over the incident on May 23rd, roughly translated below, quote, on May 22nd, 2024, Toei Co. Ltd. reported that persons had been making unauthorized reproductions of life-size masks from the Kamen Rider franchise, to which this company and Ishimori Productions hold the copyrights. Good for you. And selling theme. Do they sell themes? God damn. Selling theme on online auction sites. I think you mean them. We would like to inform you that the individuals have been arrested by the Tsukiji police. Seriously. Do you think anybody was like, yay, justice has been served? Like, honestly, I understand the guy who shot the United Health CEO if he was actually aiming for Toei. Like, This is not the kind of thing you'd be like, you'll be happy to hear that the assassin has been found, right? That his kill streak has ended, right? Anyway, our company will take strict measures against such acts as copyright infringement, whether criminal or civil. We'll continue to strengthen the protection of all our copyrights, including Kamen Rider, and we'll continue to protect our users' rights as well as do our best to deliver compelling works. Huh. I don't want to see any of your works anymore. How about that? It should be noted, copyright laws in Japan are far different from those in the United States. This one sounds like you could really go to jail for life. While the author is no lawyer, it's somewhat well known that Japan has no protections for fair use of an intellectual property. Nonetheless, this case is a clear violation of Toei and Ishimori Productions copyright. Blah blah blah. Nothing else to even read. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
I know there's
anyway.
a big market for replica Power Rangers helmets as well.
Mm-hmm. Does Hasbro come out and be like, "Hey, guess what? Prison." Is that how they work?
No.
You know,
I don't
Toei.
know
I just
about
want to
the-
show you something. I believe it or not. Do you want to know the surefire way to get rid of all of that copyright infringement? Make the masks yourself, you selfish fuck.
So Hasbro did put out a few of the helmets, like of the very, very popular ones, like Red Ranger, Green Ranger, and White Ranger, I think. They might have done Pink Ranger too, but very limited. Like in selection wise, compared to however many Rangers there are. So if you want like some random team member from some random season, you're probably gonna have to make it yourself. That said, I don't know what the Japanese company that owns Super Sentai. I don't even know what company that would be right now. Bandai owned the toys. It's escaping me who owns the show, but anyway, I don't know if they'd go after you, but Hasbro doesn't seem to give a shit about Power Rangers anymore. They seem to just want to drop the whole brand. So in terms of Hasbro, I don't think they're going to go after you for anything like that.
Yep. Let me ask you this.
The other way that they could get stop these people from making the helmets, this is what I thought you were going to say, is they could make a reboot and make it super woke, so much so that people just hate the series and never want to deal with it again, and then they wouldn't be pirating fake.
I think
Rider
the
masks.
irony here is that in Japan they just won't even make the stupid things.
Yeah.
In America, they will make them, but they'll make them at such a low quality, right?
Yeah.
So they can mass market sell them for $20.
That was the other
or
problem
whatever.
with the Hasbro ones that they
Yeah.
put out. Like they looked oversized and like they didn't look good at all.
Exactly. So they do such a shit job on the merchandise that you're willing to pay 10, 20, even 30 times the cost for it to get one that doesn't suck ass. You know what I mean? That was made by a dedicated fan.
Like it looked better than a Halloween like costume one, but like because it was like 120 Canadian or something for it. So it was made, you know. It's not shittily, but it was just you look like a bobblehead. And like the whole chin part was cut out. Like so your skin, so if someone was looking underneath up at your chin, they would see your skin. It was weird.
So moving past all that, I'm curious what you think a punishment should be, and could it be rendered against the museum worker who mistook a beer can artwork for garbage and tossed it in the trash?
I think that as the museum worker who threw it in the trash, I would argue that throwing it in the trash was part of the art exhibit. Thus not guilty.
Well, I would argue that the museum did not convey to the janitorial staff that artwork may appear to be trash, may be worth as little as trash, but is in fact not trash and therefore should not be disposed of, right? That maybe perhaps it is not the janitorial staff, it is in fact the museum itself who is liable for the loss of this surely $10 bajillion can that a person definitely squeezed like that and dropped, right? And then said, yes, pay me now, right? Like that's how that
I
works.
mean, if someone's gonna buy a banana, you know, I think it could be worth something. This can. So who knows?
Okay. The LAM Museum in Lees, Netherlands is home to an international art collection that showcases pieces in unconventional ways, with one exhibit looking like it's an area to place trash. French artist, of course, Alexandre Levitt's piece titled All the Good Times We Spent Together from 1988 is displayed in the museum, showing what appears to be nothing more than 2 empty beer cans to the naked eye.
Did they only throw out one? And was that the amputee beer can?
Yes. It was prejudicial, of course.
They thought the other beer can looked better.
Yeah, they took the other beer can hadn't been crushed yet, so they trained that one.
Yeah, did this museum worker work for the White Lotus?
The beer cans, however, are hand painted with acrylics to replicate Jupiler beer. Wow. You know, actually, now I see it, and fuck, I'll be real. Stellar work. I've taken back everything I said. Recently, a lift technician. See, this is the funny thing. Here's where they were. On the top of the goddamn elevator. A lift technician was covering for another employee when he thought he was simply picking up trash left inside the museum's glass elevator shaft as he came across the cans, according to the museum. Museum director Sietske van Zanten said the worker was, quote, just going his job. Nice. He was going his job. You're going to be going away from your job now because you're fired. Just doing his job in good faith. Going about his job in good faith? Maybe, I don't know. And that the museum has no ill will toward him. He should sue you. In a way, it's a testament of the effectiveness of Alexandre Levitt's art. Or the janitorial staff are thieves and they just got away scot-free because they convinced you that they merely threw it away when in actuality they picked it up with a chopstick, and they stuck it in a plastic bag with that like no lychee type of plastic. And now they've got them, and they're gonna sue you for millions, and then also sell it for millions.
The biggest art heist ever. Yes,
I'd watch that movie. In a way, it's a testament of the effectiveness. The theme of the particular collection is food and consumption, according to the museum, with Van Zanten adding, by displaying artworks in unexpected places, we amplify the experience and keep visitors on their toes. Yeah, okay. So, believe it or not, what you've done, what you've actually done is now any random trash you didn't quite get to picking up yet, the museum goes like, wow, that cigarette butt on the ground, profound. You know, like, I too am an art critique.
I believe this is accurate. I've been to Holland once. I'm pretty sure they had a rule against putting your cigarette out on the street. Like, it was a huge fine. They had signs everywhere. I'm pretty sure I remember that accurately.
Yeah, That's why it's even more profound when you see it in the corner of the museum.
That looks
Because
illegal.
it's a statement on
It
law.
must be
and
art.
society. After realizing the beer cans were missing, museum curator, let's be honest though, how many days did it go? Museum curator Alicia Van Denberg went searching and found the artwork in a bin bag and ready to be thrown away. Almost got away with it. Museum officials said that shockingly, both cans were intact. The art is now sitting near the front of the museum in a temporary spot to honor the laughable moment.
Oh, they got it back.
Yeah.
Boo.
We wanted to give them their moment in the spotlight, Van Denberg said in the press release. The museum has chosen not to announce where the artwork will be displayed next, noting it will be a surprise for new visitors. Noting that really what they did was replaced it with Jupiler beer that they just randomly got in order to save face in this embarrassing moment where they lost the real artwork. Quote, all the good times we spent together by Alexandra Levette represents cherished memories shared with dear friends, according to the museum.
And this is why, like, modern art, not necessarily all modern art, but a lot of modern art is just like, you came up with that, did you? It's
blank. We're supposed to imagine it? Yeah.
When I was in high school, in art class, we had to go to the LACMA, I want to say it was. And walked into that modern art exhibit, look at the wall, and there is a giant prosthetic vagina and a big dildo for a nose and a pair of glasses with googly eyes. Art. Yeah. And I'm like, all right. Bravo. I'm out of here. All right. Yes, it honestly might have been an original Hunter Biden to be. Where was I?
I'm sure the IRS has them all in their collection.
When asked about the value of the Levette piece, LAM museum officials responded, let's say it's too expensive for the trash bin. And to us, especially after all the media attention, the work is priceless. Yeah. Probably well insured is what you meant. Anyway. All right. So moving past this, something else I almost didn't cover. This is modern art. Solitary banana duct taped to a wall could sell for £1 million. Damn. That guy, he thinks you're stupid enough to buy a banana duct taped to a wall for £1 million. The real question is, when's the bidding? Do you just you pull it off the tree? It's like, it's only going to be good for a day, so just get bidding, right? Well, here's the thing, though. A crypto boss ate the banana art he bought for $8.3 million. Now, look.
Hold on. This is a recent story.
Yeah.
When was this banana bought?
He ate it November 29th, according to the article.
Because is this
October
a different
25th.
banana?
Ugh!
I remember like a banana on the wall thing being like years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure it happens a lot, but this one was like a copycat, right? The one you remember from years ago didn't make it. I'm sorry.
So
I hope he didn't eat like a few-year-old banana on the wall.
I don't think that's the banana. He's posing for this one. He didn't take a picture of the real one. It doesn't look nearly as disgusting.
I'm so confused.
And I'm not gonna read this, but I thought it was funny that
I also kind of want to know, like, if I have a video game, right, and I'm making a video game, and I want to put a banana duct taped to a wall because I think it's funny, right? Now, like, obviously because of the whole thing with the art, like, oh, this is art, right? Is that copyright infringement?
I'm gonna put a banana on my wall right now.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Fuck the police.
If you put the banana on the wall in the video game, and then an artist who may or may not have played your video game puts a banana on the wall for real and then sells it for $8.3 million to a crypto bro, are you entitled to that money because it was copyright infringement on your idea from the video game?
I mean, if it was my idea and my video game, I would want that money. Now, am I entitled to it? I don't know. But I would try.
Yeah. All right. So I'm fading pretty fast here. I want to ask you guys to pick one.
This is supposed to be the shortest podcast we ever had. It's not. That was a lie. You lied to us.
Well, I'm sorry. If you would like to recreate that, I can schedule for another podcast featuring just you and Augie so that it can be the most uncomfortable hour and a half of your goddamn life. Shut the fuck up. How about that? So.
Oh, somebody poked the bear this morning.
Speaking of bears, no. Which of the following articles sounds like the one you would like to say is the last one we read?
No.
Do bears strike first with their left paw when attacking people? Japan wants to know. Or, I just wanted her to see my tea bag. Doesn't save Japanese man from being arrested for exposing butt. Or, naked teacher caught inside elementary school with sex toys, drugs, and women's underwear.
Whoa.
Or, scalding hot tea spill leaves Frontier Airlines passenger with disfigured penis in a lawsuit.
Oh. We gotta save the penis one for last. I mean,
You've misunderstood. I would like to choose one to read.
I think the teabag thing.
I knew you would.
Yeah.
All right. Bear article, you're getting pushed yet another week. All right. I just wanted her to see my tea back. Doesn't save Japanese man from being arrested for exposing butt. Thin strip of cloth is a thin excuse in the eyes of the law. At around 5:30 p.m. last Wednesday, a young woman was riding an escalator in a shopping center in Okayama City's Kita ward. All right, I'm trying to imagine this. She's probably going down the escalator, right? And he's in front of her, so he's going to bend over, right? So she gets a real good look at the tea bag, right? Like the whale tail.
It's not a whale tail.
I mean, it kind of is.
You could whale tail it. But
I think that's what he was doing. In my head, that's what he's doing.
Don't defile the idea in my head of the whale tail, okay? It was a holy thing.
Hey, you picked it.
That'll live
that's
in
so
2004.
So at 5:30 p.m., the young woman was riding an escalator in a shopping center, right? That should be about as mundane as a weekly evening scene can get. But the escalator ride had a sudden twist as the man in front of the woman suddenly pulled down his pants and gave her an eyeful of his butt cheeks. Of course, the problem with butt flashing someone on an escalator is that everyone knows where you're going. To the top of the escalator. Well, there's also the problem of the moral reprehensibleness of flashing someone in general, but in any case, doing it on an escalator makes escape difficult. Sure enough, a security guard apprehended the man, later identified as a 44-year-old office worker who lives in the city's Higashi ward. The security guard then called the police, delivering the succinct report of, quote, "I have a suspicious person in custody." The woman is described as being Judai, a Japanese term describing someone between the age of 10 and 19. Though, with reports not referring to her as a child, she's likely a teenager and above the legal adulthood age of 18.
Oh, okay.
Officers were promptly dispatched to the scene, but during questioning, the man partly denied the accusations. Oh, there was a mistake.
That wasn't me. That was my twin.
See, I have the use of both my legs. He's not contesting that he pulled down his pants with the explicit purpose of showing the woman what was underneath, but he's contesting that he didn't expose his posterior, as he was wearing undergarments. Oh. In explaining his motives to the police, the man said, quote, "It was not my intention to show her my butt. I wanted a young woman to see the teabag underwear I was wearing." Oh. You know, the concept of mooning, I never felt was like a perverted thing. But it's somehow worse to be wearing a thong and not also pulling that down, right? Like, it's actually worse. Like, I get this is very sexual with the thong on, but it could be equally sexual for the person doing it when it's just straight up naked. I guess I still have trouble picturing that, actually. I don't know. As such, the man could perhaps contend that he didn't expose his butt, as he was, technically, still wearing something under his pants. That said, depending on the design of the underwear and the voluminousness of the man's butt cheeks, it's possible that the teabag was burrowed far enough in his crack as to be materially the same as exposing a completely bare backside. And if you're of the opinion that even flashing your teabagged butt to an unwilling stranger should be illegal, you'll be happy to know that the man was still arrested on charges of violating Okayama's nuisance prevention ordinance. Your butt is a severe enough nuisance that it violates the law, is among the more uniquely damning indictments the legal system can make against an individual.
If you wear skin tight, like, and I'm talking super skin tight forming clothes, right? And paint them to have like nipples and shit on them. Are you naked?
Why would you say that then, Randy?
Randy.
Why would you do this?
Let me ask you a question.
Why would you do this?
If you were being questioned over being found at a school, right? Like, let's say you're a teacher and you walk into class and you're inappropriately adorned. Does it matter if you're naked or in, lingerie or worse, right? In regards to the danger you're inflicting on the children in the room?
Are there children in the room?
Yes.
Then no, I don't think so.
Right. So then I already forgot what your question was. But so there.
Okay.
Why are you
My question
doing
was
due diligence by pulling up that one article?
What?
Randy literally talked about putting nipples on clothing.
Oh, shut up. God damn it. How did this? No, I don't know. Where is it? Okay, I found it. What my one-eyed friend is trying to convey is that Randy's statement makes me think of the ultimate nipple bra from Kim Kardashian. To which the quartering said, "Women, stop looking at our chests. Also, women, check out these bras with fake nipples in them." Thanks, Reese. I almost failed to get that one out of there. I mean, it wasn't like literally before the podcast we weren't talking about how I didn't think it could possibly ever come out organically. All right. Anyway,
I wasn't part of that conversation either.
I know that's why it took me a minute. That's why it took me a minute to grasp what was going on. All right. Anyway, so it's worth pointing out that while Japan does have a tradition of men wearing loincloths, which also provide only scant coverage of the lower body, such attire is generally reserved for traditional festivals and the lapsed Men of Sornews 2024 charity calendar. Wow. Situations / publications where people are mentally prepared for the possibility of seeing some cheek. Dropping trowel on unsuspecting shoppers, on the other hand, will get you in trouble with the law even more quickly than carrying around Harry Potter sword or Gryffindor. Wow. Glad we covered that last podcast so that didn't come out of nowhere and leave us begging to know what that was about. All right. It is now actually my bedtime. So I am going to ask if there's any comments. Old man says, we know there is no way AC would miss a podcast with Augie. You mean like if he came back? Because I missed like 4 or 5, right? During a time.
No way. No, he would miss one.
Yeah, probably not.
He just really missed 5.
I'd just be in the comments. If you use masking tape, is it in front? Yeah, so like with the banana, if you use masking tape instead of
duct tape.
Instead of duct tape.
Is it substantially similar? That's the test.
I think this is a question for the courts. Cool 2T. Nake Sekai debate.
Naked
Sekai debate?
Maybe? I don't know.
Can you get isekai'd into a world where you're always naked?
I feel like I didn't get my answer or my question
About
answered though.
Yeah, I forgot what your question was.
If you wear a skin tight formed suit, if a girl wears that and paints on and it's skin colored.
Oh, so making it look like she's naked, but she's properly covered.
Yeah, so you're actually, it's like the people when you had to wear a mask, right?
Yeah.
But you wore a mask that was printed to look like a human face.
Yeah.
And then people got pissed about it. It was like, you just pull it up like, fuck you, I'm wearing a mask.
Yeah. Please pull up. Like I saw a guy, he had one. There was a full face mask, but it was printed to look like a mask had been pulled down under the nose. Right? So people would constantly tell him to pull it up over his nose, but it was already there. So he'd pull his nose down. Like, anyway. Does that properly answer your question?
No, but we can move on.
Anyway,
I don't know if you saw these comments, but
yeah, I did. I don't have the funds for it at the moment, nor do I have a need because I don't own the Slam Dunk movie on 4K. Anyway, I would like to get in bed because I, believe it or not, I have yet another week of work ahead of me on top of work every fucking goddamn day. So, anyway, let's wrap it up.
Okay. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Oh God, no, that can't be the outro. We're not doing that again. Not after last time.
The Trump one?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like 3
I like
minutes
this one
long.
better now.
It didn't stand a
No,
chance. Germany made
Hitler's my
staggering progress
friend.
with
He
fusion
wouldn't
circular
do
movements
that.
capturing